Yes. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. This is a semi-final between the Houston Hurricanes and Kingsmen. Here with umpire Brian Kane, representative from the city of Prairie View, Tamara Poole, and the captains Usman Rafiq and Milind Kumar. Who is tossing? Milind is going to toss, and Usman, you're going to call. Heads is the call. Umpire?
Heads.
It is heads. Mr. Question before you answer it. Tell me why you're so eager to bat first.
It's a big game, right? So I think the idea behind it to just go out there, express ourselves, put a good total runs on the board, and try and defend it afterwards.
You had a very tight game this morning. How much practice does that give you going into this game?
I mean, it was a good game overall. So I mean, the boys are actually looking forward to this one, and of course, everybody's feeling really good about it. We're ready to just rock and roll.
Rock and roll, said.
Thank you.
See you soon. So, Milind, you're bowling first. Saw the good old flick of the wrist. Sort of score you.
As we looked like the previous over 180 something, be around like 200. %.
100%, he says. Love the confidence. News from the center. The Houston Hurricanes have won the toss. Captain was Well, welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex, Houston Premier League 2024. The semi-final matchup featuring the Hurricanes and the Kingsmen. Hurricanes in a really exciting match that you saw earlier on, winning by a margin of around 4 wickets, if memory serves correctly. And with Captain Usman Rafiq feeling the enthusiasm from having won that match, he chose to bat first under relatively cloudy skies, but a good wicket and overall good conditions. So the batters are going to be Mukhtar Ahmed and Josh Trump out in the middle for the Hurricanes. With the new ball in hand coming from the highway end is going to be the left-handed Zia-ul Haq. Munir Majid, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Brian Walters, and good afternoon to all the listeners. Following a sumptuous lunch, we have a sumptuous semi-final fixture.
Well played, sir.
The first of the two, Hurricanes facing the Kingsmen 1. Hurricanes are the team that took out the Kingsmen X. So now they face up against the second sibling of the Kingsmen family. And on PV6, we have the second semi-final ongoing live right now on our YouTube channel. That's shaping up between the Power Stars and Raiders. The first ball coming up, Zia-ul Haq 2, Mukhtar Ahmed. And that's going to run down the leg side. Mukhtar signals that it's off his bat. And umpire Owen Brown signals it runs.
Umpire Owen Brown agreeing with the batter that one tickled off the inside edge. Not the best line starting here by Zia-ul Haq. Left arm over the wicket. And so he's looking to curl that ball into the right-handed Mukhtar Ahmed, getting that one a little bit too straight. And it swings away down the leg side. And not even the athletic wicketkeeper Arjun Mahesh, the U21 player, not even he could have gotten to that one. So off the mark immediately is Mukhtar Ahmed with a boundary. And I think you'll see that this pair batting together at the top of the lineup has really the energy to sort of get his team off or get their team off to a good start. And between the two, they've shown the capability to just do just that. Outside off, and now this one is overcorrecting. Here is Zia-ul Haq, too far outside the line of off. Starts here, the second ball of the over with a wide. So again, the Kingsmen and the Hurricanes. Kingsmen having lost the toss. Captain for the Kingsmen, Milind Kumar, probably would have wanted to bat first also. He expressed the desire to see his team score around 200 runs. I think he'd prefer to be setting 200 runs rather than chasing it. Short and played off the back foot. That's a good diving stop in the covers. And then a shot at the non-striker's end is not going to be in time, but that is a good athletic piece of work by Hassan Khan at that backward point position. Usually where you see your best fielders in the team is in that spot. But it does bring Joshua Trump onto strike, showing really, really good ability. Well, first of all, he's a very good, excellent player. The reason why he was #1 domestic player in the draft, the Major League draft that took place a few weeks ago. But again, showing an ability to score all around the wicket. And let's see exactly how he does here to the left-hander. Straight drive, good stop at mid-off. Good looking rolling stop. Certainly saving 4 runs that time. Looks like Hassan Khan out there. Nope, my apologies. That's Milind Kumar standing at mid-off. So 3 deliveries remaining here in the first over. 6 runs already on the board. It feels to me like a good toss or a good score from having won the toss and batted would be something in the range of 180. So pay attention to how well they go on towards that sort of total. Slow delivery, played into the offside, and they'll get a single. Good batting by Joshua Trump, just making sure to keep that clock or the scoreboard ticking over. And to the extent that you don't want to absorb many dot balls, you want to keep the scoreboard ticking. You can always score big, but the difference between a good batting side and a great batting side is a side that has the ability to not only hit 4s and 6s, but turn good balls into singles. And that was a good ball that you just saw from Zia-ul Haq. Here he is again now to to Mukhtar Ahmed, defending this one. Played with soft hands, running into the slip area. Ramiz Raja standing at a wide first slip, really call it a second slip, standing in that position, and he's able to prevent that from running away for runs. Again, talked about the keeper. Arjun Mahesh, one of the better keepers that you'll see anywhere, and I'm not qualifying that by saying he's a U21 player, just one of the best glove men in the entire country. So pay attention to what he does behind the stumps. Really good to be promoting these youngsters. Here's the next delivery from Ziaul Haq. Clipped away square, but there's a fielder in the deep. Just a single. That's Saad Ali. And that is the end of the over. Good over to start with. 8 runs coming from that over. At the end of over number 1, scores 8 without loss.
So we're going to resume proceedings from the second over. Harmeet Singh, it seems, is coming on from the forest end. He enjoys bowling in the power play.
Not only does he enjoy bowling inside the power play, Munir, but he excels bowling in the power play. Right or left arm around the wicket to the right-handers, looking to have that ball leave them with turn. Really gets good turn in those deliveries. A good couple of balls here to start.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very interesting contest when Joshua Trom takes strike to Harmeet. Joshua, we have said in the previous game, has been very explosive in the power play. He has not needed an invitation to go after the bowling.
Yep.
And Harmeet is as good as they come. So remains to be seen how this exchange goes between these two. And this is dispatched by Joshua. There is that fielder at deep mid-wicket, but he's only going to watch this ball sail. 1 bounce 4.
Interesting matchup. It's a matchup between, let's call it, the last 2 number 1 picks in the domestic draft. Harmeet Singh, the number 1 pick in the Major League draft last year, and Joshua Trump, the number 1 pick in the domestic draft this year. Joshua Trump getting the best of Harmeet Singh on that occasion. Dropping that one just a touch too straight, Harmeet Singh.
And that's nicely driven by Joshua. Mid-on is inside the circle. The 2-man station outside the 30 yards are Milan Kumar himself, the skipper, and he's fielding at long off. And there's a deep mid-wicket. These are the 2 men. And I won't be surprised why that mid-off is back. Just because of that reason. This is handsomely driven. That's very good work by Milan. Any other fielder, that was 2 runs all day long.
That was beautiful. So he does make about 20 yards to his left. And he's so quick across the ground. But what makes this an excellent play is that he's running away across his body and still able to adjust and get a strong enough throw to the non-striker's end to limit the damage to 1 run.
Well played by Mukhtar.
Excellent, excellent over.
That was a breezy over, a couple of minutes, and Harmeet was through.
So 2 runs or 6 runs come from that over. End of over number 2. The score is 14 without loss.
All right, folks, you're watching this live broadcast of edition 9 of the Houston Premier League. Semi-final 1 coming your way from PV5. Hurricanes at the crease. Zia-ul Haq, experienced, really good with the new ball. 14 for no loss in 2 overs.
I've always loved Zia-ul Haq as a bowler, and that may or may not be due to my prejudice as a left-arm fast bowler, but I love his bounding action. Very athletic, and it's very poetic in that sense, and generally bowls with good pace, good hostility when he needs it, but generally also just on the right line and the right length.
Zia comes in again to Joshua on the patch, and this is whipped. Joshua is going to keep hitting you there all day long. The fielder comes across, tries to put in some fancy footwork, but to no avail. Another boundary for Joshua. Brian, this fixture is a throwback to one of the minor league games we were calling the Chicago Kingsmen against Houston Hurricanes. And Hurricanes in a very dominant position, and you would recall Zia-ul Haq took 5 wickets in that game and turned the match on its head. These two franchises have shared a rivalry going back several years in local tournaments, in minor leagues. And Brian, you have called a lot of that action over the years. And shortish delivery, he picks the man to perfection. Joshua Trump would be disappointed. The trap was set, Brian Walters. And that lone man on the onside, and he picks him right down his throat.
Sada Lee was set there exactly for that shot. The previous delivery maybe got it a little too full and too straight, and he whipped it away through square leg for 4. This next delivery was shorter. It was actually a genuine short ball, and he was late on the pull, Joshua Trump, and only skying a pretty simple catch. Sada Lee only too happy to accept that gift, and you know that that was a plan, because you hear the reaction from both the bowler and the captain. They love when a plan comes together, and it makes a big difference to the results of the Hurricanes when you get Joshua Trump early. So 1 wicket down, the score is 18 for 1.
And you'll see how Joshua's bottom hand came off, and that's a testament to the fact that Zia bowls a heavy ball, and he can get it to rear up from just back of length, and that is exactly what happened. We kept on saying in the first game today that short balls aren't rising up, but that's only the case when you're not putting in enough effort, and Zia-ul Haq on that occasion really got that ball to climb up awkwardly on Joshua. If he got both hands in good connection, that was sailing over our commentary box. But not on that occasion. So the new batsman coming out to the middle, it seems, is Lahiru Milantha, who has been in pretty decent form this HPL.
Well, he looked good this morning. Didn't score very much, scored 19, but he scored them off of about 8 balls. So he was able to keep the momentum going that was started by Mukhtar Ahmed and Joshua Trump. So slightly different situation here. They didn't get off to the flyer that they did. Now lefty to lefty, look out for first slip here.
Nice line and length to start proceedings against Milantha, and he's happy to just get a feeler of that delivery.
Well, 4 deliveries in this inning, or in this over. 3 of the 4 have been good enough. 1 Zia-ul Haq. So I'm actually surprised that they don't go for a more attacking field here, because this is the time of the day where a fielder's tail is up.
This one, there's a loud appeal, but umpire Owen Brown won't be distracted by that. He hasn't called it a wide either, so maybe it just flicked the pads, and now you're for the first time getting shots of the drone that's been incorporated, a live drone on this stream in addition to the 5-6 other cameras we are running. Quite a production we are doing here today. We've taken it up a notch, Brian Walters.
Maximum flight distance reached.
Well, we do what we can to bring cricket to as many people as possible. So really exciting to see the amount of coverage. By the way, the amount you mentioned the 9th edition of the HPL. Would you have thought that on edition number 1 we would have had the production that we have right now?
Actually, I did.
My apologies. I forgot who I was talking to.
So, no, I would probably assert why I said that. That edition when we did the streaming. I walked in the morning of the HPL with a backpack and a camcorder and my own personal PC, and kept growing that rig gradually over time. And we've added multiple cameras, we have brought technology, we have added a drone. So organically, it's just not just the technology and the broadcast that's grown, but it's also the tournament. The stature of the players that have flown in and who are playing this HPL. 12 out of the 15 members of the recently concluded USA-Canada series are playing, in addition to the reserves who are also here. Then pretty much all the MLC pros are here. So yeah, it's really breathtaking to see where this tournament has come over the years and the visuals we are seeing on our screens right now.
Well, I have to say that it is due to the vision of folks like yourself, Munir, who have gotten this tournament to be one of the most premier ones in the country. By the way, Milind Kumar, captain, is now on. Interestingly, brings himself on, but my sense is that it is because of the presence of the right or the left-handed Lahiru Milanta why Milind Kumar saw it fit to bring himself on. Harmeet Singh, obviously a left-arm spinner, and we talked this morning about how sometimes it's so automatic to think that you want to keep the lefty away from the lefty. But I think it makes more sense from an attacking standpoint to bring another spinner in at this stage. And if it's a spinner who's having the ball leave the left-handed batter, even better.
Yeah, and Milind is very miserly with the ball. He's got not a lot of variation, but he can pull his length back, slow down the pace. He's going to keep working at it. This is nicely played off his pads by Lahiru. It's a steady start. They haven't really exploded like they did in the previous game. But that's expected when you lose Joshua Tromp early. He has the onus upon himself to really go and explode.
It's interesting, but obviously plenty batting to come. Aaron Jones, you'd think, would be coming in next. Then in the middle order, you certainly would see. In fact, for me, it's going to be interesting to see as this is struck in the air above the fielder at mid-on. That goes away for 4. So this stage of the innings, you would not have mid-on back on the circle, or on the boundary. He's inside the circle, and he's not quite tall enough, that fielder at mid-on, and so it sails away over his head for a boundary. But what I started saying is it'll be interesting to see as this innings progresses. You saw the young man Ansh Boje come in late in the innings, but it feels like if another wicket falls at this stage, that would be a good place to put him in. Loves batting against the new ball and certainly able to maneuver the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking while not taking any risks. So I want to see if that's the decision that they make if another wicket falls sometime soon.
And from what we've seen of Mukhtar, he's not going to just hang in there.
No.
He is somebody who likes to take the aerial route, and he would love facing the spinners just like on that occasion. Ooh. Goes to mid-on. Didn't really get a good measure of that last delivery. Did Mukhtar.
You what, the big wind-up. He splayed that front leg and was looking for the fences there. Perfect length by Milind Kumar to keep it out of his zone.
And this one, he's gone up in the air, and that's gone straight to that fielder at deep mid-wicket. Only 2 men outside. That 30 yards, just like Joshua picked one of them, this time Mukhtar. A little irresponsible, but that's the nature of the modern day game.
Oh my goodness, look at this again. Slanting into his pads, not the best delivery, but in fact not the best line, but the length was just short of being full and ended up just coming off the splice, it appears, and doing just enough to get that ball in the air and an easy catch taken at mid-wicket. So now you've made a couple of inroads into the lineup, and this is a completely different situation from when the Hurricanes batted earlier on. Again, they batted scoring 15 runs and over during the power play. Absolutely batting with care. Completely different situation here halfway through over number 4.
Yeah, at this stage, I think in the previous game, 50 was up for them.
Yeah, exactly.
So now this is where experience is going to play a big role. The likes of Aaron Jones would have to put the anchor down while ensuring that the scoring rate is also going up a notch. They cannot afford to be slowing down any further. They're already going at 6 runs and over. So they would need to ensure they don't lose any wickets and take this deep. This pair is going to be very important. The two pros, Lahiru Milantha and Aaron Jones, have the onus upon themselves to progress this innings.
Boy, we saw the first delivery ball to Aaron Jones when he batted earlier. Much different situation. He hit it for 6. But let's see exactly how he's able to do here against Milind Kumar.
Nice flighted delivery, and Aaron is a good player of spin. We spoke about that in this previous game. We were broadcasting from this field, how he was using his feet to the spinners. So that remains to be seen how he's going to play the spin attack from the Kingsmen after 4 overs, 25 for 2 other Hurricanes.
So a couple of bowling changes so far. Only one bowler has bowled 2 consecutive overs. Milind Kumar making those changes, and so far everything has worked. This is now going to be the all-rounder Hamad Azam bowling from the highway end. First delivery bang on target, off stump line, short of length. Exactly what the situation calls for. And from here, essentially you're scoring at about a third the rate at which you scored in the first innings, or at least the first match, the one that we saw this morning, because they're now only scoring the Hurricanes at the rate of 6 runs and over. Down the track, looking to change that, and Aaron Jones taking the attack to Hamad Azam and knocks him out of the park for 6. Tell you what, it made good contact off the bat, but I didn't realize that it would have gone all the way for 6. But that is a good, aggressive response by Aaron Jones, recognizing the fact that the scoring rate wasn't anywhere near what they needed or what they'd been historically accustomed to. And this is a good counterattack, taking the attack to the new bowler, Hamad Azam. 6 runs over, wide, long on. So we're still inside the power play. You still have another 10 deliveries remaining inside the power play. And of course, you're looking to see if you can maximize the opportunity to score as many runs inside the power play as you can. The 2 fielders outside are in the deep at long wide mid wickets and square leg. Slower through the air. Quick single taken. Oh my goodness, a shy at the non-strikers end. That could have been close. Saad Ali with a really good effort to pick up and shy at that end, but Aaron Jones getting home. Don't know how he would have fared had that been a direct hit. That's going to be something to pay attention to, and that will stick in the mind of Aaron Jones, because as a runner, you're having to be aware of which fielders are more likely to get to the ball quickly. And so pay attention to how he does here, because quick singles on the infield can sometimes be tricky. But anyway, so Hamad Azam is now going to be bowling to the left-handed Lahiru Milantha. 1 from 4, hasn't faced very many balls. Aaron Jones 8 from 4 with a 6. 32 runs on the board. Here's Hamad Azam again. Struck straight down the ground for 4. What a lovely strike. Straight as an arrow, right down the ground. This one was full in the slot. Hamad Azam leaving this one just a little bit too full, wanting to pull that length just a little bit back, because that length inside the power play invites the batter to go driving right down the ground. The pitch is good, not much deviation off the pitch. Hamad Azam doesn't really usually swing it very well. Sometimes gets some good seam movement, but his strength is usually line and length. And this one, I think it's fair to say that he got too full. And so now a change in the field. Deep fine leg comes inside the circle, and long on drops back to the boundary. So expect a shorter, make that a fuller and straighter length. Here's the next delivery. Worked into the leg side. Work here for mid-wicket. He'll have one, and that's all that he'll have. So a bit of a mixed bag to start with. A couple of body blows landed by the Kingsmen into the heart of the Hurricanes top order. But Aaron Jones and now Lahir Melantha are looking to try to change that conversation. The wicket fell at 24, and so this partnership is now worth some 13 runs. Here's the last ball of over number 5. Stroked to mid-off. Quick single taken. Throw coming to the to the striker's end. They'll get, thought they'd have gotten an overthrow and not able to get that. But looking to push the scorecard along. The score keeps ticking. That is the end of over number 5. 13 runs come from that over. So productive one. Most productive for the Hurricanes so far. At the end of 5, the score is 38 for 2. So 62 for 2. Hassan Khan, who is one of the more exciting all-rounders that you'll see play in the franchise-based system here in the U.S. Left arm around the wicket, bowling to Aaron Jones. Interesting matchup for me. Oh, looks to play the reverse sweep. He actually gets in position early and ends up playing a reverse sweep to a ball that he easily could have played away up from a conventional stance, but such is the nature of this version of cricket these days. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Aaron Jones continues to try to use those tactics to throw off the batter or to throw off the bowler. Hassan Khan, left arm around the wicket, make that over the wicket to the left-hander. Worked into the leg side. Lahiri Malanta is a really good player of spin. And he does well here to negotiate the deliveries from Hassan Khan. So let's see exactly what he's able to do here. Hassan Khan concedes a couple singles to start his first spell, or his spell. Tosses this one up. Aaron Jones working it down the ground for a single. So a long way to go, but it feels as though things essentially have slowed down a little bit. And Hassan Khan is now going to be asked to continue to pull things back shorter, quicker. Oh, called a wide. Umpire Brian Kane with the arms outstretched for the first time. Two really experienced umpires, as you'd imagine. Brian Kane and Owen Brown. Almost said Owen Jones. Next delivery. In the air, that's going to be put away for 6. So Lahiri Malanta goes onto the back foot. Hassan Khan getting this one just a touch too straight. And he helps himself, Lahiri Malanta, to 6 runs. So this is a good start. To the extent that you want as many scoring opportunities as possible, and when you get those opportunities, you have to capitalize on them. You've done exactly that here. 2 balls remaining here in over number 8. Hassan Khan has already conceded 10 runs from this over, so he has some work to do to pull things back. Last 2 deliveries coming up. Quicker and played into the extra cover area that is Hamad Azam. Good comeback delivery. And sometimes you see when a spinner gets hit like that, then the next deliveries can be shorter and or fuller and flatter. Hassan Khan making the adjustment. Played off the back foot, so closes out the over with 2 dot balls. Good close out to the over. That is the end of over number 8. Hassan Khan has his first over that concedes 10 runs. At the end of 8, 72 for 2 is your score. So 8 overs up. Hurricanes scoring at the rate of exactly 9 runs and over. So that rate obviously translates to a score of 180. 180, I would think, would be a decent target to aim at. And since you're in a playoff scenario, you sort of expect that 180 in a knockout type match is sort of familiar or relatable to about 200 in a group stages match, because there's that extra pressure of chasing, and that always has something to do with it. This is now Hamad Azam for his second over. Slice, who tries the slice away off the outside edge, doesn't make contact. A quizzical look by Aaron Jones at umpire Owen Brown, but I don't think there's any doubt that that one was inside the line. So good start to the over. So going at the rate again of 8 and over, make that 9 and over. In fact, with that dot ball going a little bit less now. This is a single down to long on. So with that single, scoring rate is now 8.76. That translates to 175 as a projection. And so if you wanted to talk about what their potential score would be given certain scenarios, 8 and over takes them to 166. 10 and over from here gets you to 190. 11 and over from here gets you to 201. My sense is that 180 to 190 is where they'd probably want to end up. It's a good bowling side, the Kingsmen, so they have some work to do to pull things back. Work their way down the leg side for at least a couple, you would think. Good long sprint, but always 2 runs on the cards there. So you're getting to the stage of the innings where you start thinking about at what point do you look to accelerate. So you have 2 batters at the crease. They've been together for a while. Lahiri Milanta has faced 14 balls. Aaron Jones has faced 17. And this pair came together when the score was 24. Oh, that goes over the top of the fielder. Oh, my goodness. It races away. Lahiri Milanta works it off his hip and it runs away for 4, but it was not very far away from being caught. And just had Arir Ali been just a little bit taller, he may well have been able to take that. So definitely 4 runs, but slightly fortuitous, looking to see exactly what happens from here. But as I started saying, it's the stage of the innings where this pair would start thinking about what they do from here and how they push on. 79 runs on the board. So this pair has put together 55 runs in terms of a partnership. And they've certainly gotten their team extricated from the slightly tricky situation in which they found themselves. Here's Hamad Azam again. Off the back foot. A lot of work to do for Ramiz Raj. A sliding stop. That is well done. 2 more. But that beautiful piece of work in the deep by Ramiz Raj just saves a couple runs for his side. And so where you are now, 1 ball remaining in over number 9. So starting to look towards the back end of this innings. So the batters coming in next. Matthew Trump is up next, one would think. Usman Rafiq is still to come. Corny Dry can throw the bat. Slower through the air off the back foot again. Now this one is more easy. Straight to Ramiz Raja. And it's a single that closes things out. 10 runs coming from that over. Another productive one for the Hurricanes. Going at the rate of 9.1 and over. The score at the end of 9 is 82 for 2. $82 for 2 after 9. Hassan Khan, after having bowled 1 over, conceded 10 runs, has been taken out of the attack, and Milind Kumar, the captain, brings himself back on. So he will be bowling over number 9, make that over number 10. Bowling to the left-handed Lahiri Milanta, 27 from 18, 2 4s and a 6. Plays off the back foot, runs it to short third for a single. And so now only another 65 balls remaining in this innings. 83 runs on the board. And from where you are right now, A score of 9 runs and over takes you to 181. 10 runs and over takes you to 191. So here he is now to Aaron Jones. Big hit. Nobody out there. And it goes all the way for 6, I would imagine. Yep, there's a signal from umpire Brian Kane. So Aaron Jones continuing along his merry way. 37 from 18, 4 4s and 2 6s. And it feels like the Hurricanes have sensed that there's an opportunity to really do some damage here, because they've weathered the storm from having lost 2 quick wickets up top. And they're now at the stage where 89 runs on the board worked into the onside for a single. With now 90 runs on the board, they may be setting themselves up here with 8 wickets in hand and a lot of batting to come to sort of launch toward the back end of the innings. So, Aaron Jones, 37 from 18, 4 4s and 2 6s. Lahiri Milanta, 28 from 19, 2 4s and a 6. Quicker delivery, extra bounce too. That took Lahiri Milanta by surprise. Let's see if there's any signal from umpire Brian Kane. No signal other than signal to his partner saying that there's 2 balls left, which means that ball came off the glove and very easily could have looped up in the air for a pretty simple catch by Arjun Mahesh. Slower through the air, sweeping, not able to make good contact, but he does get another single. So it's to the point now where the runs are coming at, if not a torrential rate, certainly a much quicker rate than the Kingsmen would be happy with. The last 5 overs have gone for 54 runs. Off the back foot, nobody out there that may be in the gap. Harmeet Singh is after it. In fact, Harmeet Singh does make up the distance to get to it. So 2 runs coming from the last ball of over number 10. 12, though, coming from the over. Another productive one. That is the end of 10. And the score is 94 for 2. Halfway through this first innings in the semifinal between the Hurricanes and the Kingsmen. Hurricanes wobbled to start with, lost wickets at 18 and 24, but Aaron Jones and Lahiri Milanta have put on a beautiful partnership. A partnership now worth 70 runs. Lahiri Milanta is on 31 from 21. Aaron Jones 39 from 20. New bowler coming from the highway end is going to be Huzaifa Ahmed. Huzaifa Ahmed, left arm, bowling around the wicket. Very similar in action to Ziaul Haq. That's played into the offside. You heard the grunt by Aaron Jones. He thinks he should have done more with that one. It was short and it was wide outside off. There's nobody in the deep at third. So you would think, had he gotten that one fine of the field at backward point, Hassan Khan, that easily could have gone away for 4. So you might feel like he just missed out on a scoring opportunity there. Aaron Jones. Huzaifa Ahmed bowling around the wicket. Left arm pace to the right-handed. Aaron Jones doesn't time the pull well. And the field is set for short bowling. Look at that field. There's a deep backward square leg that is Ramiz Raja, and then there's Saad Ali, who is also on the boundary for the left-hander. Now the field changes or for the right-hander rather. Now the field changes with the left-hander on strike. Jose Ahmed is going to switch and bowl over the wicket to the left-hander, to the extent that you want to see exactly how well he controls his line and his length. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not he's going to be able to maintain that type of control. He's going to need to. Short and put away. That is going to be, in fact, doesn't exactly time it well, but it does get to the boundary anyway. So a little bit, I talked about whether or not he controlled his line and his length. He appears to be bowling to a plan where he wants to bowl short, but a short ball going down the leg side isn't going to do you much good. All that Lahir Milanta needs to do is get some bat on that to cash in. Ball worked away down the leg side. So 1 run away from 100. It really represents a brilliant fight back for the Hurricanes, because again, they were wobbling after they'd lost their second wicket for 24. The partnership now worth 75 runs. Oh, cheeky. Running it behind point. Can't get it past Arir Ali, but that single brings up the 100. So I will tell you that this pair has put together a really, really good partnership. The overall run rate is now 9.38. So I talked earlier about the fact that if they were able to score at the rate of 10 and over from where they were, they would have been on track to score about 190. Well, as of right now, that scoring rate is at 9.38, so that projects to 188, a knockout scenario. Short worked around the corner. Arir Ali again. So a couple of singles here. So 1 ball remaining in over number 11. Jose Ahmed actually bowling well, with the exception of the 1 short ball that was whipped away for 4. So what you're needing to do here is close out strongly, because you can't put yourself in a position where you're giving multiple overs in the match with double-figure runs, and there's already been 7 runs from this over. So what you're trying to do here is close with less than a boundary. Over the wicket to the left-hander. Slammed down the ground. A lot of work for Long On to do. He cannot get there, so he does exactly close with a boundary. Exactly what I mentioned he should not want to do, but that does allow the momentum to build. The Hurricanes continue going on their merry way. Look at this delivery. Clearing the front leg and just raising the high front arm. That is such a lovely looking shot. Racing away through long off for 4. So, end of over number 11. A productive one. Yet another productive one. 54 coming from the last 5. Score after 11 is 105 for 2. So he's not exactly happy to have conquered the taking care of the entire PV facility. Mr. Mangesh Chowdhury is now featuring himself as a photographer. So I'm going to make an executive decision to demand to see those pictures. I'm going to see what they look like at the end of this game. Bat Ball USA. We'll pay attention to that. Maybe we'll say some more about that a little bit later. So, second over now being bowled by Hassan Khan. First one went for 11. Went for 10 rather. Short. Hammered away into the deep, but protection is there. That goes directly to Ramiz Raja. He does not need to move a single muscle. So, he does get to that one. And again, a long way to go, but it seems like all of the momentum in the last several overs has been with the Hurricanes. And they've done, again, a fantastic job pulling back from the brink. And now these two have put on a partnership that is worth some 82 runs. Make that 83 as this is helped into the deep to Saad Ali. Good couple of deliveries there to start, though. Hassan Khan has done well from this over so far. But again, you've seen a number of occasions in this match already where the Kingsmen have started well in terms of an over, but then lost the plot somewhere in that over. Quicker delivery, and once again you see Aaron Jones wanting to use his feet to get to the bowlers, to the spinners in particular. And even though this one was a quicker delivery, light enough on his feet to get to the pitch. Not able to get it past the bowler, though. Slow through the air, looking to work this away down the leg side. 3 singles out of 4 deliveries bowled. Hassan Khan is bowling about the most economical over that we've had in a while. So how does he do here now to the left-handed Lahiri Milanta? Lahiri Milanta on 41 from 25. Aaron Jones 43 from 26. So both of them are going along really well at a decent rate, using his feet, trying to get to the pitch. Almost beaten in flight there, Lahiri Milanta, but could not get by, or couldn't steal a by. And good quick work from behind the stumps. Arjun Mahesh, I mentioned that he's about one of the better keepers that you'd see anywhere. 1 ball remaining. Can they close this over out as cheaply as they've started here, Hassan Khan? In the air, look, just with 1 run. And what a great over. That is the best over that has been bowled in a while. Only 4 runs coming from that over. Hassan Khan's second over is a really successful one from the standpoint of restricting the scoring rate. End of 12, 109 for 2. Has bowled 2 overs already. And he's now going to be bowling his 3rd from the highway end, bowling to Lahiri Milanta. Oh, winding up looking for the big hit. Lahiri Milanta has batted well. 43 runs against his name, and he's particularly strong down the ground. So anything full, he's able to get in that gap between long on and long off. He's scored heavily in that area. So it's going to be interesting to see how Hamad Azam chooses to bowl to him. He's going to have to be very accurate with both his line and his length. That's Waqas Salim out there, but could not get across in time. Aaron Jones now moves along to 40. Make that, 44. And now this partnership, which has been growing all along, now worth some 91 runs. Here's Hamad Azam again. Full, driven over the top of extra cover. A lot of work in the deep for long off. Cuts it off from going away for 4, but 2 more. And runs really just coming very easily at this stage for the Hurricanes. And that is 50, by the way, for Aaron Jones. You might have just heard the applause coming from his teammates. 50 from 29 with 5 4s and 2 6s. Aaron Jones really batting well once again, having come together when his team was in a spot of bother, but done well enough to change the momentum. And this now feels like a completely different match from the one that we were in a few overs ago. Now, that is a wide signal by umpire Owen Brown. It is now to the point where you have 2 extras, so it hasn't been a batter to the batting side. They've done really well to change the momentum in this game. Good delivery, full Yorker, but again, direct hit. I'll tell you what, great piece of fielding by The fielder coming in from cover, that's Saad Ali. But equally good running by Aaron Jones. And it has to also be said, good umpiring by Owen Brown, who was immediately square of the wicket to be able to adjudicate on those types of decisions. Always the mark of a good umpire. So, 2 deliveries. In fact, here we look at this replay. Look at Owen Brown sprinting off to the side to be able to tell. And I'll tell you what, that slide of the bat just does save him. And now back into the attack. Lahir Malanta going away for more runs, going for 4 more runs. And going away down the leg side, Hamad Azam getting the line wrong. 12 runs already from over number 13 with yet another ball to come. So you're now to the point where this pair has put on 98 runs unbroken for the 3rd wicket. They've come together at a really tricky time, but they've actually absolutely grabbed the bull by the horns, and they have put on a really good partnership here. The overall scoring rate at this stage is 9.5. They've been there together for a really long time, and look out here. Swept away down the leg side, more runs here, and it's going to be 4 runs here. And that shot brings up the 100-run partnership. This is going to be yet another over where 16 runs have scored. You've zoomed in, Lahir Malanta onto 40. In fact, he's at 50. Okay, Lahir Malanta also gets to his 50. 51 from 29. And that is the partnership that you've seen has developed in a really, really wonderful way. In fact, that partnership now worth some 103 runs. All of a sudden is in trouble to one where they appear to be at this stage in a dominant position. So last 6 overs coming up. Make that last 7 overs coming up. Scores 127 for 2 now. Down the ground, catch it is a call. Long run for Hassan Khan, and he drops it. In fact, that's Milind Kumar, my apologies. Milind Kumar, who made the distance to get to that one, but my goodness, he's an excellent fielder. He usually swallows those in his sleep. This gives you a replay here, a sense of the replay. Oh, just lost it there for a second. But ball that was hit in the air, usually Hassan or Milind Kumar will take those. Hassan Khan will be disappointed that that one wasn't taken. And now this is down the leg side, a lot of work. And 2 runs, Huzaifa Ahmed chases after it, but they'll get a couple more. So all of a sudden, things are happening too fast for us to describe all of the action. Just know that as of right now, all of the momentum in the world is with the Hurricanes. They've put together of 106 as of right now, 130 for 2 from 24 for 2. So they're absolutely well set and settled. And look out for Lahir Malanta here. Short in the air, that's going to be 6. Sailing away over the top of Ramiz Raja, yet another 6. This pair is batting with all guns blazing. You're now down to the last 39 balls of the innings, and this pair has put together a partnership that is growing in stature. As of right now, the overall run rate has exceeded 10. So they're now going at a rate that gets them to over 200. And to the extent that they can score and keep scoring along this rate, they're going to really put up an impressive total. Swept away in the deep. Ramiz Raja is there. Just a single here, though. And boy, we sometimes have to stop and catch our breath. The last 5 overs have gone for so many runs. With 2 balls, there's a partnership, 113. Make that 114 from 58 balls faced. This pair has absolutely turned this game around. Here's Hassan Khan again. Reverse sweep for 6. What an amazing shot. What an absolutely amazing shot by Aaron Jones. A reverse sweep for 6. Taking on the left-handed spinner and reverse sweeping him. Again, he's a left-handed spinner, so he turns the ball away from the right-hander. But if you turn that into a left-handed shot there, that gives you a good look there, switching around and playing with the turn for 6. Amazing batting by Aaron Jones. And this one is paddled around the corner for a single. We cannot stop to take our breath. Oh, my goodness. This is all guns blazing at this point. Yet another over where 17 runs are scored. At the end of 14, I need to stop and catch my breath. The score is 145 for 2. Okay, my apologies. It was not the end of the over. Now it's the end of the over. And that is the end of over number 14. The score from an absolutely chaotic Prairie View Cricket Complex. Field number 5 is 146 for 2. So desperate times call for desperate measures. Captain Milind Kumar has gone back to his strike bowler Zia-ul Haq to bowl over number 15. This will be his third over. Zia-ul Haq. Harmeet Singh still has 2 remaining. Jose Ahmed has bowled 1, so he has 3 remaining. One would think that he would possibly feature the rest of the way. Here's Zia-ul Haq now bowling to Lahiri Milantha. Yorker length, in fact a low full toss, played down to mid-wicket for a single. So 64 runs have come from the last 5 overs. So absolutely scoring at the rate of knots here. The Hurricanes. Lahiri Milantha is on 50, in fact on 60. Aaron Jones on 59, and both of them striking it at a trim. 2 men in the deep on the leg side, potentially expecting short deliveries. And this is played way behind square. This is Jose Ahmed at short, fine leg. So a couple of singles. Starting this over in a much more sedate fashion than the frenetic pace of the last several overs. But this partnership continuing to grow in stature. It's now worth some 124. And absolutely brilliant. From here, you'd want to think that they could push on towards something around the 200 mark. And they're well set and really seem capable of doing that. Looking to stroke this one away. Can't exactly get underneath it. So this is good bowling by Zia-ul Haq. You bring a strike bowler back on. You would prefer that he take wickets, but at minimum you want him to keep these batters quiet. And conceding 3 singles from the first 3 balls of this over means that he's doing exactly that. So now, Aaron Jones, both batters now in their 60s. Aaron Jones 60, Lahiri Milantha 61. Similar strike rates, similar number of balls faced, and 3 sixes for Aaron Jones, 2 for Lahiri Milantha. Short, working it into the leg side. So make that 4 singles on the trot. Scoring rate definitely has slowed down in this over. So you like what you've been brought here by your strike bowler. Bearing in mind you're limited to 4 overs. So you have to be very judicious about where you use them and when. But Captain Milind Kumar is thinking that it's important enough to the cause to use one of the overs from his strike bowler right in this situation to be able to slow down the momentum. 2 balls remaining here in over number 15. Scoop shot. Oh, simple catch. Oh, my goodness. After going as well as they did, Lahiri Milantha will feel disappointed, and he might in some ways feel that he gave that away. Trying the scoop shot, you know why he was trying the scoop shot, because there's nobody in the deep third, but he's not able to make good contact and only able to scoop the simplest of catches to Arjun Mahesh, who will have taken many more difficult catches than that one. But what a partnership. 150 is when they get out. So that partnership was worth 126 runs. Absolutely brilliant batting from Lahiri Milantha and Aaron Jones. Of course, Aaron Jones is still there. And he's now going to be joined at the wicket by a new batter. This is going to be Matthew Trump. Saw his brother earlier. Matthew Trump coming in and will be able to bat with a certain amount of freedom because you only have another 31 balls to go. So not a whole lot of time to play yourself in. But it can sometimes be liberating batting in these scenarios because with 7 wickets in hand, 7 wickets in hand, you're in the position where if you get out, it's not the hugest issue in the world. You still have batting to come after you. The captain is next, Usman Rafiq. Corny Dry can throw his bat. Karthik Gatapale bats very well. And you certainly have Ansh Boje, who hasn't even batted yet, and is a top order batter when he plays in the U21 team. So some batting resources still left to come. Matthew Trump can feel free, I would think, if not to be reckless, but at least be positive. And so one ball remaining here in over number 15. Here's the last ball of that over as Ziaul Haq to Matthew Trump. Short ball, well played, just riding the bounce. Gets it down to Harmeet Singh at deep third. And Matthew Trump picks up 2 runs to open his account. That is the end of an over, a successful one for Ziaul Haq. 6 runs coming from it and the wicket of Lahir Milanta. That's the end of over number 15. The score is 152 for 3. So watch Aaron Jones here. You saw a reverse sweep earlier for 6. And he can score all around the ground. You have short third in position, really more like a deep backward point. And he slams this in the air down the ground, can't carry all the way down to Ramiz Raja. He thought maybe for a split second about going for the dive and then changing his mind, deciding that he could not have gotten to that one. But again, a good comeback to the attack for Harmeet Singh. 3 singles to start his third over. And that's 3 singles and a dot. So excellent bowling here in over number 16. 26 balls remaining. Overall run rate is down to 9.89. So you always expect that when the wicket falls, that impacts the run rate. Matthew Trump will be looking to accelerate from there. Working it away behind square. Single taken. And with 1 ball remaining here in over number 16, Harmeet Singh with a good return to the attack. 2.5 overs bowled and 21 runs conceded. Played into the offside, wanted a single, not there. That is the end of an absolutely successful over for Harmeet Singh. Once again, successful from the standpoint that he's brought the scoring rate back. So 4 runs coming from that over, 6 runs from the over before that. That definitely tends to slow down the overall momentum that the Hurricanes had built. End of 16, the score is 156 for 3. So Zia-ul Haq will be bowling his last over. 3 overs bowled so far. 2 for 18. So he's bowled well. A scoring rate, or an economy rate rather, of 6 runs and over is good, and then you'll definitely take the 2 wickets. Full toss, and Matthew Trump slams it into the leg side for 4. Looking for the Yorker, Zia-ul Haq, and getting it entirely too full. Ends up being a low full toss about knee height. Matthew Trump only too happy to cash in on those types of opportunities to score. And he gets his first boundary. In fact, that is his first scoring shot here. See the replay, full toss. In fact, from that angle, it might be that he's lucky it was not called for a full toss, no ball. Of course, a full toss that's above waist height is a no ball and illegal delivery. Whipped away into the deep. More work to be done here for Ramiz Raja. He cannot get there. So yet again, consecutive boundaries to start and over. It's now Matthew Trump who's cashing in. And some of that takes back the momentum in the direction of the Hurricanes. Look at this delivery. Zia-ul Haq getting this one too straight. Yeah, aimed right at the pads. Matthew Trump or any other top order batter is going to love those types of deliveries on the pads. Easily worked away for 4. So an expensive start to his last over here, Zia-ul Haq. Left arm over the wicket, needs to find that off stump. Short and an under edge, doesn't carry it to Arjun Mahesh. Importantly though, it's a dot ball, so a long way to go. As I say, good afternoon again to the all-rounder extraordinaire Munir Majid.
Good afternoon, Brian Walters, and good afternoon, all the listeners. I'm looking at the Cricket Club's projected score. 200 is what's projected on the scorecard.
Yep.
36 more to go. 22 deliveries left in the innings. Nicely driven by Matthew Trump down the ground. Deep mid-wicket Ramiz. He has had so much work to do, Ramiz, during the course of this innings.
He's had a lot of work to do, but he's also been moved around a lot. He has fielded essentially every position from deep mid-wicket to point. He's been all around this field. And I love seeing him field. One of the strongest throwing arms from the outfield of anybody on this field.
He's had a smile on his face all along while chasing balls left and right and center. This is going to be tight if there's a direct hit. Was it Hermeet? Just misses. Matthew Trump with a dive into the crease. They make it. With 20 deliveries left in the innings, they ought to run for everything that's coming their way.
That's a good point, but I'll tell you what, a direct hit here and Matthew Trump is on his way back to the pavilion. It almost seemed as though he dove after the ball past the stumps. So for me, he's probably gone by about a yard. And now they're talking about it, Matthew Trump and Aaron Jones, because you don't want to give it away. Yes, you want to be aggressive. You want to get as much as you can. But you also don't want to get rid of the opportunity to score as quickly as you just did.
Yeah, whether they breach that 200 or whether they fall just short, it's going to depend on this partnership. Nice and short into the pitch. Hermeet is at a very fine third man. There's a backward point right next to him. And fine leg is inside the circle. We're going to be back with next over. 3 overs to go in the innings. 17 gone, 166 for 3.
Harmeet Singh now bowling his last over. Bowling to Aaron Jones. Goes big, or tries to go big. Gets it down the ground. Should just be a single. No, they come back for the second one. I'll tell you what, that's where The effort of the younger man, Matthew Trump, running towards the danger end pays off. Puts on the afterburners and gets 2 down the ground to start over number 18.
It was Ramiz again at long off. From the forest end, he fields at long off, and when they're bowling from the highway, and he goes to deep mid wicket, cow corner, 2 hot spots. And he's had a lot to run.
Yes.
If you put a tracker on him, he's got 10 miles today. And this one, Aaron Jones goes deep and handsome into deep mid-wicket boundary for a 6. He moves on to 70. In fact, 72 now.
Oh, my goodness. Aaron Jones, we were just talking off air about the excellence of West Indian players to spin. And Aaron Jones really usually able to use his feet very well, very effectively to get to the pitch for the spinners. It's really difficult to bowl to him from that standpoint. But that time, he did not need to use his feet because the length was such that he could just play that pull sweep. And he gets it out of the screws and over mid-wicket for another 6.
And he tries a reverse sweep again. You spoke of that, Brian. Point is inside the circle. Short third is inside the circle. One conventional way to pick that gap could be just a cut shot.
Yes.
But it's Aaron Jones. He has to be innovative. And so he did on that occasion.
Oh, that was off the middle of the bat. Again, a reverse sweep. You saw him play that shot earlier for 6. This one all along the ground. Bullet for 4 through backward point.
Oh, that beautiful replay. And
I'll
this
tell
one.
you what, holds out in the deep. Aaron Jones trying to get a little bit too much. Already had 12 runs in the over and looking for more and whips it into the deep. But that's a great running catch taken there. I believe out there that would have been Hassan Ali, might have Hassan Khan rather, sprinting to his right. He's left-handed and took a really good running catch. So here we see on the replay. In the slot, drills it, made good contact, but no elevation. And Hassan Khan running to his right and takes a good running catch. Running laterally is never easy to take a catch. And then running laterally to your weak side is certainly something that would have been more tricky. But that is the fall of wicket number 4. And interestingly here, Munir, look who is coming to the wicket.
Yeah, big tall man, big levers. They want to go downtown and get those big 6s and boundaries going. But coming back to that previous wicket, Brian, I'll give credit to the Fox Hermeet because he saw Aaron Jones come down the track. What did he do? He followed him, fired it into his shoelaces. So Aaron Jones couldn't really get the kind of elevation to get under the ball and pick it up. So just ended up hitting it tamely to long on. So Hermeet is one of the smartest bowlers you'll come across in this circuit. And he's doing pretty well, 33 for 1, 2 more deliveries to go in the spell. Corny Dry is going to take strike.
Interestingly, because Harmeet Singh is one of the more difficult bowlers to attack, I'm wondering if Corny Dry might just try to tap it around and get 1 or 2 here and then take his chances against the other bowlers.
There's your answer, Brian. Goes straight down the ground, but it's only going to be a single.
Well, he was winding up looking for the big one, wasn't he?
Yeah, they've got long on pretty straight from what I see, and long off is just slightly wide. And it would make sense to do that to a left arm. And this one is off the edge, and it goes between those 2 fielders again. That's the third way of picking that gap. We spoke of the first 2 ways. You can get a thick edge too.
There's a cut shot that can go for 4. There's a reverse sweep that can go for 4. Or you can aim for mid-wicket, get a top edge, have it fly over backward point. That is the third way. Look at this big swipe. Huge swipe being offered there by Matthew Trump. Gets off the outside edge and it peels off the edge. 17 runs come from the over. Successful from the standpoint that they took a wicket, but 17 more runs to the total. Last 2 overs coming up. The score is 183 for 4.
So, penultimate over of the innings coming up. It's going to be Corny Dry on strike to Huzefa Ahmed. And that's a big loosener, wide outside the off stump. That's Matthew Tromp is asking whether it landed outside the pitch itself and should it be signaled a no ball.
So just for clarification, for those who are not aware of the rule, if it pitches off of the pitch, in other words, to the outside of the outer white line, it will be deemed as a no ball. We'll get back to that in a second. A huge swipe and a miss by Corny Dry, but they'll be able to steal a bye here. One actually moving away after it passed the batter, so it was not a wide. And in fact, no signal from umpire Owen Brown. So apparently it was a, oh my goodness, looking at that replay, that ball, very easy, would want to have had some conversation with the umpire as to why that wasn't a no ball. But again, if it pitches completely off of the pitch, then it's a no ball. But Owen Brown is a brilliant umpire, so he can maybe explain to us later why that wasn't a no ball. Oh, huge strike. Where's that go? Oh, made such a sweet sound off the bat. Goes all the way for 6. Brilliant down the ground for 6. That's why you promote Corny Dry in this situation.
Yeah, and Huzefa, we have called him bowling on this particular field at this facility several times as he was playing for the Houston Hurricanes in the minor league. Beautiful run-up, beautiful load-up, but tends to be wavered at times and can be expensive. So it's a big risk bowling him this penultimate over. And like you saw on that occasion, Matthew Tromp really got crucial delivery coming up. Steps outside the off-stump, did Matthew, and picks that lone fielder at deep mid-wicket.
And kind of stumbled, the stutter stepped right before delivering, which might have contributed to the loose ball, but I'll tell you what, it's only a loose ball if you cash in on it. If you only are able to get a single, you'll take a single in these scenarios. Now down to the last 9 balls and facing up to Corny Dry, the man who has full license to swing for the fences here.
And he would consider himself lucky or unlucky, but he was going for a big heave and misses it completely. Hits the pads, did it, and then deflects onto the stumps. We'll have to watch the replay.
Unlucky way of getting out there from around the wicket, slanted in, slower delivery, might have just clipped off of the inside edge onto leg stump. So Corny Dry, you know, nothing to lose at this stage. 8 balls remaining in the innings, so you might as well swing for the fences. And there you see Matthew Tromp having a conversation with Owen Brown, I think still being upset about the fact that that first ball of this over was not adjudged to have been a no ball. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens from here, though, because it's the captain himself now, Usman Rafiq, who's coming to the wicket to join his young all-rounder Matthew Tromp.
Yeah, and I'm going to bring you an update on that second semi-final for the ones who are not tuned in. You chose to watch the stream over that. So the Raiders,
well, first of all, thank you.
Thank you for choosing to listen to the voices of Brian Walters and Munir Majid and watching the action from PV5. But Raiders are playing the Power Stars. Raiders batting are 160 for 6 at the 18.2 over mark. Same stage in both the games, but Raiders are slightly shy of a par score. Even that field has seen scores of 180, 190. Coming back to live action here, Huzefa continues to skipper Usman Rafiq. And even Usman couldn't make sweet connection with that one. They're going to run for a leg bye, as is the signal by umpire Owen Brown.
Wow. I tell you what, that ball was there to be hit. I'd want to look at that again to see where the line was, but it was the length that allowed Usman Rafiq to get underneath it. Now, it must be said that he's doing a good job changing his pace. So that was a slower delivery. And so it's easier to potentially upset the timing of the batter if you change your pace a lot. And that's exactly what he did there, Huzefa Ahmed. So down to his last ball, 10 runs already from the over. So it's going to be important for him to close this out strongly. A long way to go, but last ball of his over coming up.
Matthew Trump goes straight down the ground and picks long on. You would think that Matthew has the best chance of clearing the fence, given he's in. He's been playing for some time, batting on 24, strike rate of 200. Just failed to middle the ball and hits it straight down to long on.
We've talked all day, Munir, about the fact that the line is what is most important in these circumstances. Slower delivery and a fifth stump line. So Matthew Trump not able to get the leverage that he needed to get underneath that one. There is him walking off. That frustration right there after having hold out in the deep. Nothing to hang his head about, actually. 24 from 13 with 3 fours and a 6. And it does mean that he contributes to the momentum towards the back end of the innings. And that does bring Ansh Boje to the wicket. He will not be on strike because that was the last ball of over number 19, which means over 20 about to be bowled by Hassan Khan.
Yeah, and you've got to think the sudden dismissals of Aaron Jones and Matthew Trump might probably dent the final total that the Hurricanes could have got. Maybe a difference of 10 to 15 runs. They were both striking the ball ever so sweetly. Now there are 2 new men on the crease, and Usman Rafiq comes down the track to Hassan, but it's only going to be a single. So 5 deliveries left in this innings. They got to get a couple of boundaries at the very least, Brian.
Need a couple of boundaries. And do you fancy yourself with a left-handed Ansh Boje at the crease? Yes, you do. Because, again, left-hander, so he'll be looking to turn or play with the turn, meaning play on the leg side as you look at your screen, play from the center of the pitch toward your left. And Ansh Boje, again, not a very powerfully built man, a young man, under 21, but has the capability of hitting big.
And
Goes
so he
big.
does. Ramiz is in business, and he doesn't do too. Should have come back for a second, in my opinion. But
In my
Usman,
opinion, Usman is exactly right. He wants to take strike. And I would, under these circumstances, again, Ansh Boje is a great young player, but the one who's more likely to clear the fences at this stage would be Usman Rafiq. So I don't mind that decision at all.
let's see if Usman can make that count. 4 more balls to go, and that's going to be another single. Or unless they're pushing for a second, they won't. And since you introduced Ansh to us and told us about his exploits, he's impressed me too, because he came in a situation in that previous game and closed the game for the Hurricanes.
Yes.
And first ball pings it too long on, so the Hurricanes are counting on Ansh to give us a decent blow, and he hits this one straight down the ground. Harmeet is coming in. This time they're going to take the second. So 2 more to the total. The score moves on to 197. Still at par with breaching that 200-run mark.
That's good running. So note that Hassan Khan has gone around the wicket, bowling to Ansh Boje, looking to create that angle going across him.
And this one, they're going to run bys to it. Usman was very quick to call. There was no one backing up. Arjun Mahesh took a shy at the stumps, and luckily for the Kingsmen, there was no overthrows. So score ticks along to 199. Final delivery of the innings coming up.
199, 1 ball to come. Here is Hassan Khan.
And Usman goes straight down the ground, and is that a 4 or a 6? The signal from umpire Brian Kane is 4, barely 6 inches in it. But I kept saying they were keeping that long off very wide for the inside-out shot. Usman, with a smart one, just goes straight down the ground. So 4 to finish the innings.
Actually, so we might have missed the ball. That's boundary takes us to 203. So, interestingly, they do get to the 200 mark. Excellent batting from the pair at the end to close with a flourish, Ansh Boje and the captain Usman Rafiq. But what an innings played in the middle by Aaron Jones and Lahiru Milanta. Both of them together, putting on a partnership of somehow truly on, put the Kingsmen well and truly on the back foot. There you see the full scorecard. Mukhtar Ahmed and Joshua Trump, relatively paltry scores, but the second names or third and fourth names on that list, Lahiru Milanta and Aaron Jones, huge partnership. Matthew Trump contributing toward the end along with Usman Rafiq and Ansh Boje.
Yeah, and coming to the bowling card. Ziaul Haq opened the bowling, and he was pretty steady. 2 for 28. That's a good spell by Zia. Harmeet opened the bowling alongside him. He won't be happy with those stats. 38 for 1. Slightly expensive. Millen was taken apart after getting the first wicket, but he went on for 32 and 3. Hamad Azam was pretty expensive, and so was Hassan Khan. So as it ends, you'll see those tall skyscrapers, especially during the middle overs. That's when the partnership between Aaron Jones and Lahiru Milantha happened. 2 wickets fell. The Kingsmen thought they could restrict the Hurricanes to 180 or so, but then there was that strong finish that took them beyond 200. So that's the report. It's the innings break. When the Kingsmen come out in about 10 minutes from now, they'll be chasing 204 to book a flight to tomorrow and play the championship final.
See you in the future. Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. A really, truly exciting game that we are seeing halfway through that game. The first innings score of 203 put up by the Hurricanes. And now the Kingsmen have the task of attempting to overhaul 204 runs. The opening batters are going to be Ramiz Raja and Saad Ali. Fast bowler with ball in hand from the highway end is the imposing figure of Cornet Dry. Cornet Dry mentioning, and I am agreeing 100% with him, that it's difficult to play 4 games in 2 days. Completely agree with that, but he's on adrenaline. He's put that out of his mind. Here now bowling to Ramiz Raja. Here's the first ball. Put away for runs here. Ooh, Akhilesh Bogodum in the short fine leg area, moving right across to prevent that one from running away to the boundary. I tell you what, he might consider himself lucky there. Going to Dry with a little bit of a straight delivery to start with, but he was not able to put it away. Ramiz Raja, but they're immediately off of the mark. It is not easy to chase a score of 204, but 204 they need to get, and 204 if they want to remain in this tournament. That is what is called for. So opening with the left-hand, right-hand combination, it is Saad Ali, left-handed batter, and he's going to be one to watch for. Great delivery. Oh, diving attempt by Lahiri Malanta, not able to get to it. It's a good ball by Cornet Dry. Going across. Almost looked like it went behind the left-hander. Not able to get any bat on it. So good couple of deliveries from the standpoint of results. You don't necessarily care that it is not your best ball. Maybe it's a little too straight, maybe it's a little too full. But the task when you are chasing a score that is this high is just to keep your other side quiet. Worked into the leg side for a single. Field is set appropriately for that type of shot. That is Joshua Trump down at the boundary at square leg. And so for the first 3 deliveries in this innings have conceded 2 runs. Your task at this stage, should you choose to accept it, the Kingsmen, is to score another 202 runs in the next 117 balls. And so understanding what the situation is and knowing what the scenario is and knowing that if you lose this game, you're out of the tournament, that tells you what you're looking for. Look at this strike by Ramiz Raja. Oh, what a strike. What a sound it made off the bat. Sailing well and truly over mid-wicket. Cornet Dry will not be happy with that because that ball lands at, if you've been to the Prairie View Cricket Complex before, the ordinary shed from where we commentate, Munir Majid, that ball landed in line with the shed. For me, this is up there with the biggest hits of the day.
Looking at his follow-through, I thought it's going to land on Highway 290. Just kept going, and the way he just charged down to the big, tall, fast bowler, there's definitely some intent, and there's more intent there. Pitches it up, goes down the ground, bowls it a little bit back on the pitch, and gets pulled away. Ominous signs if you're the Kingsmen.
Those 2 strikes signal the intent of Ramiz Raja. Now, when you are facing a score of 204, there is not much sort of mystique as to how you need to approach it. You have one way to go, and that one way is to go after the runs. And, of course, this is a knockout game. So you lose this game and you're out of the playoffs. So it is liberating in a way. Ramiz Raja can keep doing what he's doing exactly right now.
That's very well said, Brian, and that's very well played. Cornet Dry is getting taken apart by the seasoned pro Ramiz Raja. This time, literally gets down on one knee and pulls it to the left of the fielder at short fine. The first over comes to an end. Believe it or not, it's 16 for no loss.
Oh, my goodness.
So no surprises there, as the Hurricanes have done all season long in this HPL. Akhilesh Bodugam is going to open the bowling alongside Corny Dry. And that's an interesting pick, given Saad Ali is going to be on strike. So off-spinner bowling to left-hander. There is a long off in position straight down the ground. And the only other fielder I see back on the boundary is Joshua Tromp at deep square. Akhilesh to Saad. And it goes in that deep square region, but Joshua Tromp is not going to cut it off. Dropped it short first up.
Well, runs flowing aplenty. It's actually Matthew Trump who's at square leg. Joshua Trump is down at long off. Akhilesh Bodugam, you don't mind the off-spinner bowling to the left-hander, but you cannot bowl it so short that he can pull you square of the wicket. So that line and length is going to be important. And he does not get either the line or the length properly here. And it goes all the way for 6. And Saad Ali is joining his partner, Ramiz Raja, in some big hits to open this innings.
Yeah, the thing with a total like this is, like you said, Brian, it's almost very liberating when you come out to chase 203. And they know they have to make the most of this batting power play, get at least 70 odd runs, so that you're looking at 125, 130 in the next 14. So it's a very clear plan. They're looking to take apart these opening bowlers, and they've done that so far. Absorbing session of play.
Oh my goodness, yes.
And again, that's very short. This time he picks that man there. I'm corrected. It's Matthew Tromp. Hurricanes always tend to place the two twins in the power play on the boundary and always get it wrong which one is which. Brian, luckily you found a way.
With the 15 on his back is Matthew.
I wouldn't call that cheating. That's really the obvious way of identifying players. That's why we put numbers on their shirts.
Every once in a while, Candace will send me a message. You're saying Joshua. That's actually Matthew.
And Candace was here this morning. Haven't seen her all afternoon, but she would be happy by the way both the twins have played at this HPL. And that's the case with every tournament they participate in. Akhilesh now to Ramiz. And again, slightly short. Ramiz gets down on one knee. And they should get an easy couple of runs. Score moves along to 29. Not a very good start by Akhilesh.
So Akhilesh Bodugam this morning bowl inside the power play, conceded only about 2 runs and over in his power play overs. Different scenario here because both of these batters have to attack him. Both have to take full advantage of the power play. And so 13 already from his first over with 2 to come.
That's a better delivery, got his bearings right. Just angle into the pads, but the length was slightly better, not short this time. They're still going at 15 and over. Final delivery to come up in the second over of this innings. And this one is again nicely played, content with the single. The fielder had long gone. Mukhtar had a shy on the stumps, but nothing to it. 2 overs have come to an end. 31 for no loss are the Kingsmen, chasing 204. We'll be right back. Picking up things in over number 3. And it seems Corny Dry after that one over, which went for 18, has been removed from the attack by Usman Rafiq, and in comes Matthew Trump. Like Brian said, throwing him in the firing line.
These are the days, Munir, where I'm glad I'm no longer playing cricket matches, because these are the situations that test you tremendously as a bowler. And it tests your mettle, it tests your mental fortitude. Because as of now, you're telling yourself as a young U21 player, I just had a seasoned professional, former South Africa U19 taken out of the attack in favor of me. And the first ball is put away for 4. So that is the situation where you sort of start telling yourself, okay, I need to justify being given this ball in this situation. And let's see how Matthew Trump does for the remaining 5 balls of this over. Not his best ball there.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed in these 13 deliveries in this innings, the number of boundaries that have come, they've all come square of the wicket. There has been maybe 1 or 2 which have gone down the ground, which in general tells me that the pitch map is pretty short as far as the Hurricanes are concerned. And that's the T20 mindset. Bowlers are constantly told not to pitch the ball up because you would get smacked down the ground. But with a new ball, sometimes it doesn't hurt to try and see how much swing you are getting, if you can put any kind of doubts in the mind of the batsman. But as of now, it's going to be very difficult for Usman to set feel for this kind of bowling, the way they are getting smacked square of the wicket, both the bowlers.
You don't like being smacked either way, but it's better to be smacked straight than to be smacked square. Because as you said, with the brand new ball, there's always the chance that you'll get a little bit of deviation, a little bit of movement off the pitch or in the air and find the outside edge.
Slightly better delivery. At least the line was just outside that off stump, just back of length. Saad is content with just pushing it to the offside and getting through for a single.
So Matthew Trump can sometimes have his default setting be to go around the wicket to the left-hander. I wouldn't mind seeing him try some over the wicket to the left-hander to sort of create the angle going across him, because it tends to be that you're predictable if you're immediately going to go around the wicket. And if the left-hander is looking to play you aggressively on the leg side, that around the wicket angle helps him do that.
Yeah, again, just back of length, and third man is inside the circle, and so is Point. Brother Joshua in pursuit is going to keep it down to 2. And score moves along to 38. It's still going at quite a notch. 166 required now from 105 legal deliveries. Required rate of 9.5.
You certainly have a really long way to go, but the idea here is to score off of the good balls as well as the bad balls. That's what you just saw from Ramiz Raja.
Again, just nice back of length. Hard length, very difficult to get away. And that tends to be the problem with that length. At times, if you miss your bearings even so slightly and pull it back, it's going to be dispatched square of the wicket. Pull or cut shots come into play. The hook shot come into play. Mm-hmm. And also one thing I've noticed, Brian, bowlers in the batting power play refrain from trying Yorkers with the new ball. Lately, we've seen the likes of Jasprit Bumrah start doing that. Mm-hmm. And that's always, I think, once the batsmen are looking as ominous as they are, it's a good kind of a ball to put doubts in their mind, as this is nicely played off his pads for a single. Score moves along to 40.
Good comeback by Matthew Trump. Expensive from the very first ball, but the remaining 5 have only gone for 5 runs combined. And you'll absolutely accept singles. More to your point, there's nothing wrong with conceding a single to a mid-on and mid-off from a perfect Yorker. And I completely agree with you. I did that when I played, and I honestly don't know why it's not tried more often. Oh!
This one was slightly fuller, and Ramiz, like he did to Corney Dry, really came down the track and smacks it into Aaron Jones, who was fielding at short extra cover. Took the sting off it, but it looks like he got most of the sting on that. We'll come right back.
Look at this replay again. He climbs into this one. Aaron Jones finding himself in the line of fire, advancing down the track, Ramiz Raj, and absolutely hammering it. kudos to Aaron Jones for getting something in the way. And unfortunately for him, looks like what got in the way was his left wrist. Hopefully he's going to be fine. But that is the end of over number 3. The score is 41 without loss.
Yeah, the oohs and ahs from all the U.S. cricket fans as their vice captain took that blow. I'll tell you what, he's tough as nails as Aaron Jones.
Yes.
Walked away just rubbing off his wrist and back at that same covers position. That knock is not going to do him any harm. He's been batting gallantly and he's been diving around the field. Now, interesting change in the bowling. Usman Rafiq replaces Akhilesh Bodugam. So both his opening bowlers, Cornid Rai and Akhilesh, after being smacked around, Usman has had to bring a couple of bowling changes, probably earlier than planned, Brian. 4 bowlers already being used in the 4th over of the innings.
Well, it's good to know that he doesn't subscribe to the paint by numbers theory and you react to what you see is happening on the field.
And reacts to what he sees on the field as Ramiz Raja steps down. There's long on and there's deep mid wicket, and he finds that gap to perfection, bisects the 2 fielders, 4 runs.
Well, it's not a good sign if you're the Hurricanes when the closest trump to fielding that ball was Candace Trump. Candace walking around the boundary, and unfortunately she is the only one who could have gotten close to that one. So a boundary to start things here in over number 4. You're off to the races here. The Kingsmen going at the rate of 14 and over to start.
Usman again to Ramiz, and this is nicely deflected. There's Akhilesh Bodugam at deep backward point, a rather short third man. They scampered through for a single.
Interesting. He checked the shot because he was winding up as if he wanted to go in that same direction over Cow Corner. And then actually checked the shot, realizing that the ball wasn't exactly there. Didn't have the length that he wanted to work with, but still good enough to manufacture. You know, they used to say about, okay, let's be the old guys in the room again. Viv Richards. They used to say Viv Richards could play 3 shots to every ball. And that was evidence of it there. He wanted to go big and then adjusted at the last minute and played that dab shot and still got a single.
Ramiz Raja, I'll come back to that. Oh, and that ball, very slow in the air. And Saad Ali was early into the stroke, also some turn. And he was really early into the stroke. And that just really knocks off his off pole. And that's the wicket the Hurricanes needed. They desperately needed the wicket. And they wouldn't get bigger scalps than Saad Ali.
Oh, my goodness. So Saad Ali, look at this replay from around the wicket. He's going to want to look at this again, Saad Ali, and let's see what he does here. A little bit of turn. In fact, it goes across it. It stays low. Looking at it live, I thought it came off the under edge, but that replay, it almost looked as though it just completely missed. I think it stayed low on him. Definitely stayed low. And he would have wanted that ball to be up a little or bounce a little bit more than it actually did. Boy, that replay there shows you, looks quizzically at the pitch because it did not get the bounce that he was looking for, Saad Ali. And unfortunately for him, he is no longer going to contribute anything to this game other than be a spectator because he gets one from the captain, Usman Rafiq. We talked about him changing his bowling around to suit the situation. They've been expensive, but he does get a wicket here. So the first wicket falls. The score is 46-1.
And the Hurricanes, in spite of putting some runs on the board, will have to keep chipping at the wickets because the Kingsmen have one of the most accomplished batting lineups you can come across. Out comes Milan Kumar to replace Saad Ali. There's Hamad Azam in the dugout.
Major leaguer.
There is Harmeet Singh,
Major leaguer.
And then there's Hassan Khan and many others. So they'll keep coming at you, and you have to keep taking wickets. And since they bat deep, they can also afford to go all guns blazing because they're chasing 10 and over. So Usman to Milan. That's going to be a mouth-watering contest as well. Again, drop short, and welcome to the crease, Milan Kumar. Here's a gift. get off the mark with a nice, handsome boundary.
Yeah, too short and too straight. I think you'll find this one from the captain. And Milind Kumar, again, with the platform the way that it is, and knowing that you have to go all guns blazing, 10 runs and over the rest of the way, another 98 balls to face, and still 154 runs to get. You absolutely have no choice but to go after it, particularly during the power play. Have to maximize those overs where 7 fielders are inside the circle.
Yeah, and there are major leaguers, and then there's Milind Kumar, former Royal Challengers Bangalore from RCB,
Goodness.
former one of the top run scorers in Ranji Trophy. But that was the shooter, the delivery that was fired quick, and Milind was surprised by it. Although he was looking for that gap, there are 3 fielders behind point on the offside. So Usman again, and similar delivery, and this time he picks up that gap. I just said those 3 fielders you're looking at, point, backward point, and short third man, to drop it that short and give him room on the off stump, Brian.
Up and over the top. Matthew Trump at extra cover, not anywhere close to that one. So yet another expensive over. Took a wicket, but 13 run score in the over. At the end of 4, the score is 54 for 1. Matthew Trump back into the attack. Ramiz Raja wants to send him to Highway 290. Advancing down the track and missing out on the huge swipe. Good delivery for Matthew Trump because you have to keep that ball on that length, just out of his range. And Ramiz Raja with about the most exciting dot ball that you'll ever see.
And this is slightly short and wide, not too much pace on it. And Matthew would consider himself lucky to get away without conceding any runs. He picks that one fielder square and hits it straight to him.
This is Ansh Boje. So you want your young sprinters in positions where they can chase the ball if they need to. Good 2 delivers here from Matthew Trump.
And this one is angling into his pads with fine leg inside the circle. Second delivery in a row. Matt would consider himself lucky.
Yes.
Leg buys is the signal from Owen Brown.
Tell you what, definitely consider himself lucky there. If he gets bat on that, then it's to the left of Akhilesh Bodagam and racing down here toward you and me. So 3 deliveries in to over number 5. You've only conceded 1 run, and that run is a leg by. Really good bowling here from Matthew Trump. Oh. Ooh, a direct hit there would have asked a question or 2 of Milind Kumar. When you're looking to chase such a big total, sometimes you have to take risks. But I don't know that it makes much sense to take on the captain throwing from that close. Look at this replay. Clipping it to mid-wicket, and look at the non-strikers end here. Sliding with the bat. And where does this one go? Oh, my goodness. While we were looking at the replay, I just heard that ball smash into something just out of camera range. But whatever it hit, let's hope that thing is all right, because that is 6 more off of the bat of Ramiz Raja. There's a replay, hammering it square, and the disdain with which he plays that shot. Just the body language alone tells you that he knows that he's on top of his game. So, couple of deliveries early in the over where Matthew Trump might have thought that he got away with a couple, but now the tide has turned with that one strike. So 2 deliveries remaining. It's up to Matthew Trump to make these as inexpensive as possible. Your Yorker plan that you talked about now would not be a bad time to try one.
On this one, there's a loud appeal, probably a tactic to sway umpire Owen Brown from calling it a wide. Must have flicked the pads.
Wow.
Over number 5 comes to a close. 62 for 1.
Not that we're looking to paint by numbers, as I keep saying, Munir, but if the 2 right-handers are at the crease, not the worst thing in the world to have a left-hander turning the ball away from them. And that's why you have Kartik Gatipali now with the ball in hand to bowl over number 6, last over the power play coming up.
The other semi-final that's going on in parallel, available live on our YouTube channel, is between the Raiders and Power Stars Gladiators. Power Stars Gladiators are chasing 170 and they are 40 for 1 in 4 overs. Skipper Monang Patel, USA skipper Monang Patel, is in the middle in pursuit of that chase, batting on 2 runs. So you can tune into that game as well. But wouldn't you want to stay here and listen to the voices of Brian Walters and Munir Majid? Good start by Karthik. His 4 overs are going to be super crucial in the context of this game. Frontline spinner alongside Usman Rafiq. And he would love bowling to these 2 right-handers.
Quicker delivery. Passes outside the line of off. Maybe a little bit more width than I'd be happy with, but he gets away with the Kartik Gatipali. Any bat on that, and that's screaming through. Oh, what good bowling. 3 consecutive dot balls to open over number 6. So the change for the left-handed spinner, finger spinner, turning the ball away from the right is working well so far.
That's nicely played by Millen. Finally gets a run off of Karthik. Karthik Gatapalli missed out on the zonal squads at the recently concluded Nationals. Didn't make this region. And he's got a point or 2 to prove. Plays for the Houston Hurricanes. Plays his minor league right here. Is one of the mainstays in this minor league franchise. And he has to emulate the success he has achieved for them in the minor league. This is beautifully played by Ramiz, and they'll take the single to Akhilesh. 2 runs so far in this over.
Now, thinking about this now, 1 ball is remaining inside the power play. So I would want to think that they would have been more aggressive in trying to go after Gatipali, but they're about to run out of time. In fact, this is right over the top of Aaron Jones. See his reaction, Aaron Jones, because he knows that conceded a run, but 4 runs. But big picture here, Munir, only 6 runs came off that over. And when you're scoring at the rate of 13 and over the rest of the way, an over where you only concede 6 runs is a nice bonus. So that is the end of the power play. The score is 68 for 1.
Looking at this partnership, 22 these two have added together. arguably the most important partnership in the context of this game. Which way this game is going to swing, which of these two teams is going to confirm a final berth for the big championship final tomorrow. Lot is going to depend on those shoulders of Ramiz Raja and of Milind Kumar, who's leading the Kingsmen, has taken the baton over from Hamad Azam, who has been captaining them in several other tournaments. And mind you, Brian, the Kingsmen franchise, whether it's the Kingsmen 1 or the X, they've won every prestigious private tournament in the country. That trophy cabinet boasts US Open, Houston Open, Atlanta Open,
Yes. LA
Unity
Open.
Cup, LA Open. There's only one trophy that evades them, and you're looking at it right now. Corny Draw is back in the attack, and the intent is there again. Straight down the ground goes Ramiz for 4.
Corner drive back into the attack, and Ramiz Raja has not forgotten about him, bearing in mind the last time he faced Corner Dry. So he might consider himself lucky there, Corner Dry. But that now does bring Milind Kumar back on strike. Akhilesh Bodugam fielded generally very well in the last several years, just missing the direct hit there.
That's nicely played, and Ramiz was the one calling. Heard his yes call, the affirmative right all the way here in the commentary box.
Oh my goodness. And I'll tell you what, that ball didn't go anywhere near where he was looking to play it. Looking to play it maybe to backward point, inside edge. Took it probably closer to the stumps that he would like, Milind Kumar. Luckily for him, that ball didn't chop on to the furniture. So 3 delivers into over number 7. 6 runs already from the over. Corner Dry up to his nemesis again.
A little bit of width and slight misfield by the fielder. They should be coming back for a second. I was looking at those two fielders before this delivery. A tall, quick fast bowler is bowling, and you've got third man inside the 30 yards and also backward point. Glide it in that gap. Luckily so far, they tried it a couple of times and they found the fielders. So only one boundary in this over, but they've still got 7, 8 runs so far.
8 runs already in the over with 2 to come. Another 128 needed from 80 balls.
And again, that same kind of delivery outside the off stump, and they glide it to short third. 9 of the over. Risk-free 9 runs. That's what's most important. They're going at a notch without taking many risks.
That certainly would be what they're thinking. So first over by Corner Dry goes for 16. Marginally better in this over. 9 runs coming from it, but challenge for him now is going to be to close this out without conceding another boundary ball. Milind Kumar looking to change that.
And that time, he was again that same ring of fielders. They've been in play this entire over. It's been a game of cat and mouse, but that time he couldn't make contact. Over comes to a close after 7. 77 for 1. We've been looking at all the updates and upgrades the Prairie View Cricket Complex has recently gone under the last month or so with the recently concluded Canada USA T20 series, followed by the coveted Houston Premier League, leading into the Bangladesh T20 series, which are coming up in just a few weeks from now. A lot of exciting cricket being played in our backyards right here. Over number 8 is about to resume, and Akhilesh Bodugam is back in the attack. He's going to be bowling to Ramiz.
Ramiz Raja, 43 from 21. Taking the bull by the horns and taking control of this chase. Still going at the rate of 11 and over here.
And again, just slightly shortish delivery. Ramiz created room. He was looking for that gap between backward point and short third. Finds one of the trumps. Brian, you can tell me which one that is, but a dot ball.
This is good bowling. And starting out much better here, Akhilesh Bodhagam, than he did in his first over. Getting the ball just short of the length that Ramiz Raja wants to play, that huge pull sweep. Loves to target that area to deep mid-wicket where the other trump brother is. Just keeping the ball right out of his driving length.
That's nicely worked. Risty is Ramiz, and it goes to the other trump brother this time. And just a single. So the score moves along.
That is Joshua Trump at deep mid-wicket. Matthew Trump at backward point. And Akhilesh Bodhagam in the middle of a very good comeback over here.
And this time, Ramiz steps down with the turn, goes over the other trump. Deep mid-wicket is cleared by a good 15 yards, and it's going to go into the wilderness, and Joshua is having to retrieve that ball.
Oh my goodness.
Akhilesh, the pressure is back on.
I mentioned that he was keeping that length just short of where he wants to play that shot, Ramiz Raja. But this time he uses his feet to skip down the track to get to that ball spinner. So he's turning the ball into the right-handed batter. So if you get to the pitch, then you just really played that shot over on the leg side, and that is a tremendous strike. And by the way, that strike has gotten Ramiz Raja to his 50. 50 from 24, and he's just getting started. This is going to be another single. That is Ansh Boje running around from short fine leg. So this is going to be relatively expensive, over 9 runs already from it. So understand that you're needing to score from here at the rate of 9.7 and over. So anything in that range, particularly with 9 wickets in hand, is more than acceptable. And that's a single down the ground by Milind Kumar. Productive over, 10 runs coming from it. Akhilesh Bodhagam's first over goes for 15, second one goes for 10. And at the end of over number 8, the score is 87 for 1. Karthik Gatapala switching ends, now bowling from the highway end. First delivery played into the offside corner dry. The big fast bowler, who has been treated relatively rudely, but no difficulty just yet. So single, in fact, a dot ball to start over number 9. Here's a left-handed spinner. Instant replay, but this one goes into the deep to Joshua Trump. And you would want to see these singles continuing, because again, you're looking now at a rate of 9.94 and over to win this game. 9.94 runs and over is not easy, but each time you concede a single, it makes that required rate go up. So more than happy, you'd think Karthik Gatapala can see these singles. Ramiz Raja skies it, but does not get all of it. A long way up. And the catch is, no, it's dropped. Oh, absolute horror down at long off. You had the chance to take the man who has 60 or 51 runs against his name, and that is a drop that he will not be happy with. Ball stayed in the air forever, but it was catchable. And I believe that's Mark Sagiababu down there, who is a good young player, but I think he will want to sort of fancy yourself to be able to take that. And to add insult to injury, it goes over the ropes for 6 remaining here in overdome. So they'll get a single. Concedes 11 runs from the over. Caught a leg by signal there by umpire Owen Brown. But it could potentially have taken a wicket. That is the end of over number 9. The score is 98 for 1. Akhilesh Bodogam back into the attack. Into his third over. 2 overs so far have cost 25 runs. Single off this fall of his third over. Singles are like gold right now if you are the Hurricanes, because it means that Ramiz Raja is not knocking you out of the park. Hammered away for 4. Oh, that's a great diving attempt down there on the boundary. That appears to be Aaron Jones. Diving to his left, but not able to get to it. So once again, the Hurricanes need to get to the point where they're stringing together a number of either dot balls or singles to try to build some pressure. But as of right now, the Kingsmen are scoring at a relatively carefree rate. 9 wickets in hand. 100 is up, by the way, with that stroke. And they're all, in fact, they've passed the halfway point. And that is a 1 bounce, 2 bounces down to corner dry at long on. So having passed the halfway point, and we're not yet at the halfway point in terms of the number of overs. We're 3 deliveries into over number 10, and they have scored 104. They only need another 100 in the next 10 overs and 3 balls. Hammered and past the skipper in the boundary or inside the circle. It goes away to the boundary for 4 more. So again, runs really coming at a torrential rate. 10 runs from the over so far from the first 4 deliveries. 11 runs came from over number 9. 10 came from over number 8. 9 came from over number 7. And boy, they're really scoring at a tremendous rate here. The Kingsmen, you're looking at this point like unless you can take a few wickets, Hurricanes, they'll be out of this match sometime before the 20th over. Oh. Trying an athletic run out there, Lahiri Malantha, but ends up just conceding a single. And that does bring Ramiz Raja back on strike. I don't know whether or not you wanted to have that happen, but Ramiz Raja with 63 runs against his name, 5 4s and 4 6s from only 29 balls. His strike rate is 217, and he's back on strike here, working it into the leg side. I think they'll just settle for 1 here. That is the halfway stage. 12 more runs come from this over, and at the halfway stage, 10 overs up, the score is 110 for 1. We reach the halfway stage. The winner of this game gets to the finals tomorrow. And here's Karthik Gatapali into his third over. Ramiz Raja working it down to Matthew Trump at deep, long on. Ramiz Raja, one thinks as of now, knows that they have the run rate that they need. So earlier he was looking to knock every delivery out of the park. Not really playing like that anymore because they have the run rate under control. Karthik Gatapali. There is a strike down the ground, high in the air. Oh, athletic effort there by Joshua Trump is going to be unsuccessful because it goes for 6 more. So Milind Kumar now joining the six hitting party. That is his first six. The captain now gets to 35 from 21 with 4 fours and that six that you just saw. And understand where you are now. The score at 117 means that you only need another 87 in the next 58 balls, which in olden days might sound difficult. In modern cricket, it's pretty straightforward. This is a single taken to short extra cover. So the rate at which you need to score from here in order to win this game is 9.05. The rate that you've maintained throughout this entire innings is 11.24. You're actually scoring 2 runs and over faster than you need to. Uses the feet again, goes over extra cover. This should be at least a couple more. And in fact, a diving attempt. Look at that piece of work in the deep. I believe that's Sagia Babu again. Does enough. Did they run 3? I think they ran 3 on that. We'll confirm that shortly. I believe that's exactly what happened. But you never tell the difference that one of these runs saved might make in the big picture. Now the 2 balls remaining here in over number 11. And here's Gatapali again. Hammered around the corner, but straight to Mukhtar Ahmed at deep square leg. Gatapali bowled overs 6 and 9 before this one. Now in 1 delivery remaining in over number 11. And he has been more expensive than he would like. All the bowlers have been more expensive than they'd like. Gatapali conceding around 10.5 and over. Played into the offside. Sagia Babu coming off of the boundary. Yet another over where 13 runs have scored. 55 have come from the last 11. That is the end of over number 11. And the score is 123 for 1. 22 for 1. Partnership between these two now worth 76 runs. Osman Rafiq, a captain with ball in hand, and he'll be bowling to Milind Kumar. Milind Kumar is up to 35 from 23, 4 fours and a 6. Ramiz Raja, destructive, at his destructive best, 68 from 33, 5 fours and 4 sixes. Here's Osman Rafiq. Struck, oh, look out here. Spectator catch that time. Struck into the ground and then fielded by the captain in his follow through and not able to get any runs from that Milind Kumar. Importantly, a dot ball. You need plenty more of those if you're the Hurricanes. Quicker, and he runs it off the face. Akhilesh Bodugam at short third. Picks up that single, or picks up the ball. They get a single. Now, Kingsmen need another 81 runs, and they need them in 52 balls. So again, their scoring rate is almost 11. It's 10.85. They're required from here to score 9.4 runs and over. Let's see what Ramiz Raja does here. Uses his feet, gets to the pitch, drills it down the ground. Mukhtar Ahmed in position. So you're down to the last 51. Partnership growing by leaps and bounds. Off the back foot, a lot of work to do here for Matthew Trump. Also Mukhtar Ahmed. And that's good work. Excellent work. Saves that one right in front of us here, the commentary area. We had a really good look at it. That ball was probably 3 inches away from touching the rope, but he did well enough to cut that one off. So that is just a single. That is good work. Excellent work by Mukhtar Ahmed. In fact, now we see just last 2 delivers remaining here now in over number 12. Up and over. Catch it is the call. Oh, we put it down. Aaron Jones had room, and he got to it but couldn't hold on to it. Bear in mind, by the way, they got 2 that previous delivery, and then bear in mind that Aaron Jones had an injury here, so I don't know whether or not that affected him. Let's see if we can pick this up. What happens here? Sliced away over the top, and here he comes right there, diving to his right. The ball was dying as it got to him, and not able to get that one off of the turf. In fact, they only got 1 for that previous one. So here's the next delivery. Goes for the big hit again, straight down to Mukhtar Ahmed. Single. And so just 1 ball remaining here in over number 11. Make that over number 12. In fact, no, that is the end of the over. So, productive one, couple of chances possibly, and you might argue should have been taken, but big picture, you're down to the last 48 balls, and you need another 77 runs. Make that 76 runs. Partnership worth some 82 now from 51. 70 contributed from Ramiz Raja, 74 or 70 is Ramiz Raja's score. He's contributed a few runs to that partnership. And you're to the point now, Munir Majid, where you're at the back end of the innings. And you'll see exactly what happens from here.
Yeah, you can see from that worm, there's a decent gap between the two scoring rates, and Kingsmen are well and head and shoulders ahead of the Hurricanes at this point in time. The Hurricanes, all they need is wickets and bunch to crawl their way back in this game. They've looked out of sorts and out of ideas. They've had half chances, and sometimes you need that kind of inspiration. Someone to convert a half chance into a wicket. Somehow if they can get a breakthrough, they can get a sniff back into this game, but it's just not happening their way.
From 36, so almost a 200 strike rate, tremendous. And let's see how Milind Kumar does now, 39 from 27.
And that probably some bat involved, or maybe it's going down the leg side. It was a muted appeal. Neither the keeper or any of the in-ring fielders were excited about that.
Yeah, that was one more, just a yelp, more of a yelp than an appeal. Not a lot going for that LBW shot, I wouldn't think.
This one is angled into the pads, and there's no man there. Vacant boundary, picks the gap between deep mid-wicket and long on to perfection, goes for a 4.
Yeah, you can't bowl that line or that length. That's begging to be hit. That's directly toward the pads. And there's a huge gap between mid-wicket and square leg. And that's the gap that he picked, Milind Kumar. So just now another 71 runs needed. Munir, in the old days, a strike rate or required rate of 9.47 would present challenges. It doesn't seem like that's the case these days.
Especially in this context, when they came out to chase, they needed 200, just over 10 runs and over. And since the first delivery in this innings, which was dispatched for a 4, that required rate hasn't crept beyond 9.5. They kept it in check. And there hasn't been even one over, which is a 4-5 run over, that could put some pressure on the batting side. So it's been one of the finest chases so far you will come across.
So far, I like the qualification.
And this one was slower off the hand, and it's drilled too long on. Ramiz is showing some signs of wearing out, some tiredness creeping in. 72 of 37.
The wounded, or in this case, the tired batter. Beware him, because if he feels like his only choice is to hit boundaries, that can sometimes work to your disadvantage.
And this is trash, just width. Second boundary on this off this over. Point was inside the circle, finds that gap to perfection. And the score moves along to 135. Only 65 needed of 42 now.
It's actually 139, so 65 needed from the last 42, but the required rate is still well below the actual run rate. So they are making strides towards getting to that total. Quick break. It looks like a water break coming up. And so we'll go silent here for a few seconds while the Houston Hurricanes attempt to figure out a way to stop this onslaught. Usman Rafiq back into the attack to start his third. Ramiz Raja continuing doing what he does, going for swinging for the fences. Gets this one down to Muqtamid. Now, business end of the tournament, or at least of this match. 41 balls remaining. They need another 64 runs. Where do you turn here if you're Usman Rafiq? Okay, so a little bit of gamesmanship there by Usman Rafiq, but you've seen situations like this, Munir, where the next delivery after that feigned delivery ends up in a parking lot somewhere.
That deserved to land in the parking lot. And you heard that loud thud as it crashes into the commentary box. This is not going to help their cause.
No.
And it almost seems that the Hurricanes have given up the fight, Brian.
And in fact, Milind Kumar has now gotten to 50. 52 from 32, 7 fours and a 6. I don't know that I've ever seen a scenario where there is a bowler who's feigned a delivery like that didn't irritate the batter. And usually that irritability results in a big strike. That's what you just saw there. 60 from 40. Needing exactly to score at the rate of 9 and over from here.
That's a better delivery.
So if the bowler and the keeper don't appeal and short third appeals, you can be pretty much sure that it was not caught behind it.
Yeah, at least some kind of aggression, some chirpiness. They need something to raise their spirits. Do the Hurricanes. It's gone very quiet in the last few overs.
Mm-hmm.
And this one, Milind was presuming that it's going to be a wide. Umpire Brian Kane doesn't think so. Usman can chuckle.
Look at this replay. Let's see what we think here. Ooh, oh, that turned. That's the difference. It turned back.
And
That's
even
actually
that
well
one.
bowled.
Yeah, Usman Rafiq is known to be a bowler who can give the ball a decent tweak.
Mm-hmm.
Puts a lot of revs on the ball and also has a decent dusra. So
Yes.
he's got variety.
Yep.
And the skipper will have to dig deep and find something to raise the spirits of his team, get a wicket. And this time Ramiz goes straight down the ground and he gets the distance on this. Joshua Tromp might have thought he was in business for just a moment. For the first time I've got one of the Tromps correct. But it cleared Joshua by a decent distance, so that over ends in more disappointment for the Hurricanes. At the end of 14, the score is 151 for 1. They need 53 from 36.
Biggest differentiator is Josh Trump is where he needs.
A quick update from the second semifinal going on right now. The Power Stars need 72 runs and 52 deliveries at 8.3 runs and over. At the crease are Saif Badr and Prajit Kumar. So I would say that's tilted slightly in favor of the Power Stars, who are chasing 170. And this game is definitely tilted in favor of the Kingsmen. So are we potentially looking at a Kingsmen and Power Stars final?
Oh,
Only time will tell, Brian.
Munir, I'm only too upset to not be able to follow or to cover the final with you tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm not available, but Karthik Gatipale is back into the attack to bowl his last over. 3 overs so far that cost 31. Make that 29. Oh, what happened here? My apologies. I missed that. It's a run-out opportunity and the worst of ways to dismiss Ramiz Raja. I completely missed that, Munir. You may have to walk us through what just happened.
Even I wasn't tracking what was going on with the batters, but by the time it caught our eye, it was almost as if a mid-pitch confrontation was going on between the two. Bad calling was it. There was some confusion, but Ramiz, right when he turned and started running for the second, he was yelling, and he had already given up when the throw comes in there. Lot of big confusion, and when Ramiz stopped and went ahead, he knew he was running to the danger end, and that might be the end of his innings. So, lucky break. We were saying something to lift the spirits of the Hurricanes. Maybe that is the break they needed to crawl their way back in this game. Out comes, it seems, Hamad Azam, or we'll find out soon whom that new batsman is. But
yeah, looks like Hamad Azam. Yep.
Milind was always looking to come back for a second. Ramiz wasn't interested. It could have been an easy second if he just turned around and went for it.
Yep. So, if he runs right through, he gets a second run there. But the heavy lifting was done by Ramiz Raja. 79 from 39 with 5 fours and 5 sixes. And it does mean that now coming to the wicket is the tremendous all-rounder Hamad Azam, captain for the Dallas Mustangs in the minor leagues, as you mentioned, captain the Kingsmen for several years until he gave up that captaincy to Milind Kumar here. But his job would be relatively straightforward, now needing to score at the rate of less than 9 runs and over to win. And the man at the other end has 54 from 36 with 7 fours and a 6.
Normal services have resumed as far as Milind Kumar is concerned.
Oh, he is absolutely imperious, off the back foot and just crunching this one. Mark Sagia Babu has had a lot of work to do in the outfield. When you're a young man, Munir, they put you in the outfield to sprint around. And Mark Sagia Babu, unfortunately for him, not able to get to that one. So Milind Kumar continues along his merry way. 58 from 37, 8 fours and a 6. That means the deficit is now down to 52. 52 needed from 35.
He maybe gave signs of coming down too early. Karthik was smart and almost outfoxed Milind Kumar, but he still manages to get some bat on it and find the gap. And they come back for a second.
Wow. Amazing stuff from the Kingsmen. Again, made the point earlier. It's so much more liberating if you're chasing a big total. You only have to be aggressive. That's the only question mark as to whether or not you need to get to that total is how aggressive you are. Milind Kumar knows that most of the heavy work is done, and he brings now to the crease a man who you've seen him bat before is an absolutely powerful stroker of the ball. Doesn't necessarily need to hit bigs first up because the required rate is now only 8.4. You're only needing from here 45 runs from the next 32 balls.
That's nicely played. Risty opens the face of the bat and gets through for a single. Those pads I can recognize. Another major leaguer is Hamad Azam, played for MI New York and won the title with them in the inaugural season of the Major League. Milind Kumar represented the Texas Super Kings.
Yep.
So very proficient batting partnership, and again drop short. He's going to keep hitting you there. This time Mark does very well. Slides across and keeps it down to just 2 runs. So
that is the end of the over, but 11 more runs come from the over, Munir. And even with the loss of the wicket due to that horrific run out, you're still going at well beyond the rate that you need to be able to win this game. End of 15, the score is 162 for 2.
So 5 overs to go. A meager 42 runs required. Would be very easy in the context of this game and with 8 wickets in hand and how the pitch has played. But funnier and stranger things have happened in T20 cricket, so you cannot afford to even blink. That's nicely played by Hamad Azam. The call from Milind is for 2 runs, and they are going to come back for 2 comfortable 2 in the end. 40 required now from 29.
Pretty straightforward. Hamad Azam not needing to take many chances, as I mentioned. Most of the heavy lifting has been done mostly by Hamad Azam and Milind Kumar. And just singles and 2s from here with the odd boundary sprinkled in should take you home.
And that should have been stopped by Akhilesh. Every run counts now. One thing they can't afford to do is be sloppy in the field, and bowlers, especially of their own bowling, they need to stop everything that's coming their way. So that gets Hamad off the strike and puts Milind back on.
Now, if you're Akhilesh Bodagam, who's 6'5", it takes some time to get all the way down to stop those.
And Brian, you would know that very well.
No, I'm not 6'5". I wish I was 6. In my dreams, I'm 6'5".
He was definitely back in, slid his bat, but that was a good fielding effort by Joshua at deep mid-wicket. We'll look at how tight it was on the replay as umpire Brian Kane assembles the stumps. Very nicely flicked. He exactly knew what he was doing, just pinging it in the gap, and Hamad Azam puts in the dive, and he is in by a whisker. That was tight.
That was very tight.
And it's
Played
nicely
away into the offside. The captain, Usman Rafiq, is there to prevent a run. But how important is it that the umpires know the craft of umpiring right in the right position? That time was Brian Kane to be able to adjudicate on that run-out appeal. We saw that happen one time before. And big man. You saw what happened the last time that happened. Milind Kumar did not take kindly to it. So we'll see exactly what happens from here. 26 balls to go, another 37 runs. But the last time this happened, he went over extra cover with a vicious drive for 4. What does this do?
nicely driven. Milind, one thing he has ensured is after you have a run out like that, another easy couple of runs, it could get to your head as well, and you could lose your rhythm or tempo.
Yep.
The very next ball after that dismissal he faced, he dispatched it for a 4, and since then he's even looking more eager to close this game. Such is the stature of this player, Milind. He has come to the Houston Premier League time and again, has won the title in the past, scoring a century in the finals, and he's en route to create another final opportunity for his franchise team. Shortish delivery, and he hits it down to long on, and they have ample time to come back for another couple of runs. The flow of runs, they're just not able to stop it. Akhilesh Bodugam, who has been a weapon for his franchise, has gone for 46 of his 4 overs. He bowls out at the end of 16. Kingsmen 171 for 2, needing 33 of 24. the conclusion of the semi-final between the Kingsmen and Houston Hurricanes is drawing to almost a close. Only 24 deliveries to go in this innings, 33 required. The Kingsmen look like the favorites. Milind Kumar leading from the front. Back in the attack is Corny Dry. He has bowled 2 overs, has been slightly expensive. He's here to pick up a wicket. Can he get a breakthrough? And this one might exactly be what they were looking for. Hamad Azam, there was no need for that shot, especially the slog sweep to Corny Dry. And caught plumb in front. We look at the replay real quick, Brian.
So you have a big fast bowler who's coming in off the long run, pulling straight. Look where he plays this ball. Oh, he's looking to play that to square leg. Not even mid-wicket. Looking to play that to square leg. Completely going across the straight ball. Should have been playing that one in the V. Choosing instead to go across the line. Aiming toward Austin. Well, actually, opposite direction. Aiming towards downtown Houston. And he loses his wicket here. I'm thinking that's crashing into the top of middle and leg.
You try and tell these modern-day batsmen, Brian, to play in the V. That's not going to age well.
No, it's not. My goodness. So Hamad Azam, a tremendous all-rounder. We said it before. And he was really appeared to have just been taking his time and tapping the ball around. He'd had 4 from 3 at that stage. But choosing here to go completely across the line. But we mentioned that the Kingsmen are an assembly line of major leaguers. Here's yet another major leaguer. It is now Harmeet Singh, the #1 draft pick in last year's Major League Draft. Left-handed hitter and a tremendous striker of the ball. I don't know necessarily that he'll be looking to hit big here, but the situation does not call for big hitting. The situation simply calls for a calm head and the ability to work the ball around and pick up the odd boundary here and there. That alone takes you home. 33 runs to get in the next 23 balls does not sound like a very tall order. Corny Dry looking to change that conversation.
Yeah, the Kingsmen, in spite of those 2 wickets which have recently fallen, would be sitting back comfortable, can put their feet up. And again, this could be a big one if there was a direct hit. Harmeet Singh had no choice. He had to run because he is protecting the wicket of Milind Kumar, the said batsman. But there was no run there. They shouldn't have run for that.
There is no run there. I want to see a replay. Corny Dry had a week and a half to aim at these stumps. Look at this. He takes his time, stops, aims, and throws. And oh my goodness, that misses by a hair. A direct hit there obviously sees the back of Harmeet Singh. He gets off the mark in the most exciting of ways. I'm sure he won't want to see that again.
That's going to be an easy 2. Very close to the boundary. Aaron Jones comes across to keep it down.
Boy, that was almost 2 in 2 in the most ugly of ways. I agree with you. There was no run there. There should not have been a run there. 2 major leaguers at the wickets. You'd know that their communication, these guys don't always play together. So sometimes running between the wicket can be tricky. But, boy, under no circumstances would I had thought that there was a single there. But they got away with it. Harmeet Singh getting off the mark in the process.
And that's onto the pads. You cannot afford to bowl there, especially the batsman who's batting on 71. That's easy freebies. And given the context of this game, you're only defending 30 runs now. 26 after that boundary. Pickings for Milind, who's cruising at 75 now.
And I don't know that it made the cleanest sound off the bat. I was thinking that possibly could have come off the pad. Not sure exactly, but either way, the line is what was Corny Dry's mistake there, going down the leg side. And whether it came off bat or off pad or off glove, it doesn't really matter. That line is always going to disappear for runs.
That's a better line. Back back of the hand, delivery, rolls his fingers on it, a slower one. Millen, the way he's batting, he's going to pick them out of the hand pretty easily.
Already 8 runs from the over. So even though a wicket fell off the first ball, you're now at the stage where you're needing less than 8 runs and over to win this game. And so now Harmeet Singh, who again can hit big. This situation does not require big hitting, but it also doesn't require you running yourself out.
That's it. Inside out point was inside the circle, and Mukhtar Ahmed gave it a chase, but he was never in it with a chance, so that brings the over to Kingsmen can do with calming their nerves.
Oh my goodness, going for the big drive, Harmeet Singh, and that comes off the outside edge, peels over the top of Mukhtar Ahmed. Had it been somebody as tall as Akhilesh Budagam, he might have had the chance for a catch. But unfortunately for him and for the Hurricanes, it went away for 2 more runs. So running out of options here is the captain. Usman Rafiq brings himself on for his last over. Bowled overs 4, 12, and 14. Now coming into bowling over number 18. With his opposition, the Kingsmen only needing another 23 to win in the next 3 overs.
Only a required rate of 7.6. I pointed out earlier when they came out to bat, they needed to go at just over 10 runs and over.
Yes.
Right from the first over, that required rate was never allowed to creep over 10 again. It's been 9.5 for a majority of this innings, but
Yep.
now it's at 7.67, so should be easy work. Only thing that can now fluctuate this game is the wicket of Millen. That's the prize possession. Now
Yes.
Hurricanes into captain.
Mm-hmm.
3 overs to go, 23 to win.
So as you said, Munir, captain to captain. Last roll of the dice for Usman Rafiq. After this, Matthew Trump has 1 over left. Corny Dry has 1 over left. You would think those two would bowl 19 and 20. So 2 pacers bowling the last 2 overs, and the captain is bowling his last over. Hammered away toward us, but Aaron Jones is there. Good pickup, clean pickup. Goes away for just a single. So a single at this stage of the innings is essentially all that you'll need. Now the left-hander, Harmeet Singh, is on strike, which means that you'll see Usman Rafiq do as he's done throughout this spell, going around the wicket to the left-hander. You look to see him here slant the ball in from around the wicket, and I would suspect that he would bowl the regulation off spinner, having that ball turn away from Harmeet Singh. But Harmeet Singh has power all around the ground, and he is able to play with the turn to go toward extra. If Harmeet Singh chooses, he can go in that direction. So let's see how well he does here. That's exactly the direction he tried to go in. Gets it to Joshua Trump, out sweeping on the offside. So 2 delivers and 2 singles. Another 21 runs needed, another 16 balls in which to get them.
It's not working. Here. 21 of 16. Should be an easy crawl home. They get a couple of wickets, not just one now.
Boy, this one thing that Usman Rafiq does not need is a wide. Hearing a little chirping going on out in the middle between some of the Houston Hurricanes teammates. Short, hammered away into the deep. Aaron Jones is there. So 3 official deliveries, 4 runs coming already from over number 18. Munir, you're down to the last 19 runs from the last 15 balls.
Yeah, if they can just calm their nerves, they don't need to do anything out of the box. Just play mundane, normal cricket. You should be able to get over the line. Kingsmen 1 missed out on playing the final last year. They were defeated by the eventual champions UMMC Knight Riders. So it's been long due for this franchise. Kingsmen 1 are the only team with hopes now out of the family of 2 because Kingsmen X have been eliminated.
So you're going into over number 19 after this, but 2 delivers remaining in over number 18. 18 runs needed. So you make your job much, much easier if you score at least 1 boundary here of these last 2. Milind Kumar, obviously the man on 78 from 49 with 9 fours and the 6 will know that.
And this one has been hit straight to Joshua Trump, and what a catch! That's the kind of catch that can turn fortunes, that can turn matches and win you championships. Is there another twist in the tail, Brian?
Oh, there may well be a twist in the tail. When I said just now to make this job easier, Milind Kumar could hit a boundary. He was trying to hit a boundary, but ended up picking out Joshua Trump on the deep mid-wicket fence. Look at this. Drags it from outside off, and look at that diving catch, and look at the celebration here. Look at the spike. You'd think he was playing American football. Diving attempt, that's good camera work to show where he took that in relation to the ground. And watch the spike. Bang into the ground because he knows how big a wicket that is. So that is the end of an excellent innings by Milind Kumar. So no question that he's done very, very well here, Milind Kumar. He has scored 7 to 8 from 50 balls faced, 9 fours and a 6. But losing a wicket here, Munir, means that you're now having to start over, essential with 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Harmeet Singh has 5 from 4. New batter Hassan Khan bats left-handed, bats right-handed. He's a left-handed finger spinner, but he bats right-handed. And it's going to be interesting to see how he handles the situation because it would have been much easier with the set batter there. Now, the 2 set batters are out. And now, with 13 balls remaining, 18 runs seems a little bit bigger than it did 2 deliveries ago.
Yeah, Milind was greeted by a standing ovation as he went back into the dugout by the Kingsmen. Hassan Khan is a ferocious hitter. I was calling the game last evening between Kingsmen and the Houston Stars, where Hassan was dispatching 6 after 6 during the super over. So he is pretty decent with the bat. And he starts off well as well. Just a single, and that's what they need. There's no need for those big shots. Milind Kumar, when he looks back at this game, he would feel that he should have brought his team home. And he's maybe just opened the door ever so slightly for the Hurricanes. It remains to be seen if they can knock that door down. But over number 18 has come to a close meanwhile. 187 for 4 after 18 is the score.
So listen to this. All-important 19th over being bowled by Corner Dry, looking to work this away on the leg side. Oh, look at this. Playing a little football, Corner Dry, but it will end up in the leg by. In fact, it does not. It's not signal leg by umpire Owen Brown. So let's assume that that came off the inside edge. 1 run from the all-important over number 19. Let's get a good look at here on the replay. Yeah.
Backspin because of that under edge, it might have just gone and rolled the bail off.
Yep.
This stage in the game that you run for every inside the circle, and that's going to run away for a 4. Big boundary, a lucky boundary. Not where he intended to hit it, but it will take everything the Kingsmen at this stage in the game. Every boundary, every run is going to count. 12 now needed of 10.
That didn't go anywhere near where he was looking to play it. Harmeet Singh looking to play that over mid-wicket. That thick top edge flies over the top and to the left of Akhilesh Bodhagam, and he could not get to that one. Tried in vain, but that ball beat him to the third-man fence. And he will not care that 4 of those 10 came off the outside edge. He will not care that he got off the mark, almost running himself out. As of this stage, the only thing that matters is bat to ball. And you don't necessarily need 4s and 6s, but you have to score. No more dot balls the rest of the way.
Gives him a shimmy and goes straight down the ground. They're very quick between the wickets. The throw comes in, but it's an easy 2. And where's the backing up? Where is the backing up? They're lucky not to have conceded the third one.
Well, both Trump brothers down at long on and long off respectively. And getting that ball right between them, Hassan Khan. So that does mean that with that double, 9 runs are needed from the last 8 balls of this match. This one is coming down to the wire. We might need a photo finish here. It's got to be Matthew Trump. Yep.
So much pressure.
Oh.
Every fielder has to be on his toes.
Oh.
1 more ball to go in this over. 8 required now of 7.
Oh my goodness. It is so important to limit the runs in that over number 19. 9 already from it. Can Corner Dry figure out a way to get a dot ball here? Can he somehow bowl the best delivery that he can, a Yorker that lands right on the popping crease?
He tried that for sure. Looks like they might be able to come back for a second again. All right, as predicted by my good friend Brian, he said Matthew Trump is going to be bowling the final over. The young shoulders of Matthew Trump with his twin brother staring in the distance.
Oh my goodness.
Can the Trumps pull this home? Can Usman Rafiq pull off some kind of a trick? It's a high pressure situation. Mind you, Hassan Khan and Harmeet both are capable of finishing this game in just one blow.
Strike, exactly. Oh. Matthew Trump standing at the top of his mark. 3 overs bowled, all of which were bowled from the highway end. He's now bowling from the forest end, the northern end of the ground. Not much wind, so that should not be a factor. But it is so important that he bowls deliveries that are not hit-me balls. Has to keep the ball out of the hitting zone of these 2 batters.
First ball coming up, final over, and he goes down the ground, and it's straight down the lap of Mukhtar. That's a big wicket. Hassan Khan was going for that big shot we spoke of, and that makes this game ever so interesting. Waqas Salim is going to be the next batsman.
Oh my goodness. Better to be full than short. I said that earlier. And for me, not only is the length good there, the line is one that makes him have to reach for it, Hassan Khan. and he did not get all the way out there. Not a very tall man, so his reach isn't very impressive. And essentially that came off the Q end of the bat, carried all the way down to Mukhtar Ahmed at long off, and he gleefully accepts a low chance and a big, big wicket. That puts the pressure squarely now on the Kingsmen. The game under control a long, long time, but all of a sudden they have gotten to the stage now where they need 6 in 5 balls, and now having to do it with the new batter Waka Salim at the crease.
One thing I was going to tell you before this ball was bowled, third man was inside the circle, backward point was inside the circle, backward point was inside the circle, fine leg was inside the circle. All fielders off and long on were very straight. That told me that he's going to bowl full and straight. He cannot afford to bowl short. And when you do that, the only option that that opens up for the batsman is to go straight down the ground. So when you were taking him on that fielder at long off, if you weren't middling it, you weren't going to clear that fielder, you were hitting it down his lap. So that's exactly what happened. Well planned and executed. Now again, a Yorker, very full delivery, Q end of the bat again, and they get through for a single. So Waqas has done well. Now they'll need 5 or 4 with Hurrcianes on strike.
Could this be any more of a challenge? Harmeet Singh, power hitter. He can hit the ball out of the park. And if this ball is not spot on, if he does not get this one exactly right, Matthew Trump, this game can be finished in one swing of the bat. So for me, I am looking to bowl absolutely full. I'm talking pitching on the popping crease. If you are any shorter than that, if you allow him to get underneath the ball, Harmeet Singh, he can absolutely end this game in one strike. And he's bowling around the wicket too.
Big delivery. And this is driven down the ground, straight to long off. They're looking to come back for a second. The throw comes in and Waqas is gone. That's a big, big run out. Hurrcianes is back on strike. That's what the Kingsmen want. But it's only 1 run and Waqas is gone. Now we are officially into the tail, Brian.
Very honestly, I don't mind them going for the second run there. As long as you get Harmeet Singh back on strike, the 1 run isn't going to make a very big difference. You'll sacrifice a run to get Harmeet Singh back on strike. The bigger issue there is that's who's back on strike. So the pressure remains now, believe it or not, even with the fall of a wicket, on Matthew Trump himself. Here we see on the replay, pretty straightforward run out in the end. Nowhere really near to that one. And the way that this match is set up now, again, I don't mind them going for that second run, because even with the run out at the non-striker's end, it means that Harmeet Singh is back at the striker's end. So with 3 deliveries remaining, 4 balls left, Harmeet Singh is back on strike. And he, Matthew Trump, is going to have to bowl another delivery almost identical to the one that he just bowled.
Yeah, and it wasn't the best of throws from Cornet Rai at long off. Was slightly wayward, maybe 1.5 meters away from the stumps. But how well did Matthew Trump do to relay that back onto the stumps and whip the bails in time? These are pressure situations.
Oh.
And Hurrcianes Singh knows how to handle pressure. A boundary can win the game here. 4 is required of 3 balls. The new batsman is Ziaul Haq. We are into the tail, and Hurrcianes, the problem now would be he has to keep strike. He has to face all these 3 deliveries and possibly look for 2s or hitting a boundary. And he goes, very good delivery from Matthew Trump. What an over he has bowled. What an over.
A great ball by Matthew Trump. Again, pitching right on the popping crease. You cannot do it any better than that. This ball is literally pitching right on the crease. Harmeet Singh, a big, big hitter of the ball, but he could do nothing with that. They end up stealing a run, the ball trickling only about a few yards away, and they get that run. But my question to you, Munir, is would you have refused that single to remain on strike if you're Harmeet Singh?
I'll tell you what, Brian. First thing, you look in the backdrop of that image you're seeing. We have stopped the traffic on 290. The traffic is backed up. Everyone is looking at this game. Everyone live on the stream is looking at that game. Yeah, I was surprised they went for a single. I honestly don't know how good Ziaul Haq is with the bat. But if he can get a single and give it back to Harmeet, and he gets the toe and cue end of the bat, and that's going to put Harmeet back on. 1 ball to go, 2 runs to win. Final delivery coming up. Are we going to see another super over? I did 1 super over yesterday.
202 is the score. They need another 2 runs. What are the chances that Matthew Trump can strike gold 3 times in a row in the same over? He nailed the Yorker 2 times already. He needs to do it this 3rd time. Absolutely needs to do it here. Again, anything shorter than absolutely full Yorker, and that is the end of the game because Harmeet Singh has the ability to clear the ropes with ease. And anything that is allowing him to get under the ball, essentially you can think that the game will be over.
This is pressure situation. So much nerves, the way this game has fluctuated. We didn't think we will be here on the final ball, the way the Kingsman chased this game. Usman Rafiq has marshaled his troops. Here comes the final delivery. What is going to be the outcome? Matthew Trump to Harmeet Singh onto the pads. And Lahiru Milantha. They're coming back for the second. And they're coming back for the second. And it's a single. It's a tie. We are going to have another super over. We are going back to the super over. The Kingsmen are going to be playing 2 super overs in 2 days, Brian.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The last over bowled by Matthew Trump is one that I cannot believe. The pressure that that young man has absorbed to deliver one of the better overs that you'll see at any level of cricket is one that has to be seen to be believed.
Yeah, we'll have to watch that replay. It was angled into the pads. He was going for the Yorker, slightly down the pads, but it hit the pad. Lahiru Milantha take a bow, dives and saves it going for 4 byes. And he only deflected it. But in the process, the fielder at fine leg came running in, relays the ball to the keeper. Matthew Trump collects it and throws it back, and they whip the bails. Almost a foregone conclusion for Ziaul Haq, who was run out by quite some distance to tie this game. As we look there, the throw comes in. Matthew Trump, what presence of mind to run into the batting end, collects the ball, whips the bail, and realizes that Ziaul Haq is still stranded. And skipper Usman Rafiq, really good teamwork, presence of mind. Everything was in so much drama on that final delivery. The Houston Premier League delivering to its promise.
You have got to be kidding me. So 2 super overs in consecutive days. Oh, I am out of breath just watching this. Tremendous, tremendous going here from this pair. And again, look at the bowling of Matthew Trump. Absolutely brilliant. A masterclass in bowling at the death. Only had 4 runs to play with. And the efforts of this young man cannot be overstated. Just tremendous bowling. And we are now up for a super over.
Yeah, as a young man, you take your skill set up a notch when you come and deliver in this situation. The learnings he has received from this. Yeah, they haven't updated the last ball, but it went for 1 run, and then there was that run out. So the final score, both teams 203 for 6 at the end of 20 overs. Aaron Jones, we look at that match summary, top scored for the Hurricanes with 76, was well supported by Lahiru Milantha. And when the Kingsmen came out to bat, it was Milind Kumar and Ramiz Raja who led the charge. But there you see how Kingsmen were ahead in this game during that chase for pretty much the entirety of that innings. But in the final couple of overs, they lost their way and succumbed to a tie. So the super over is going to be coming up in about 10 minutes from now. Yesterday when the Kingsmen played the super over, it was Hassan Khan and Harmeet Singh who came out to face the super over. I would be surprised if the same pair is sent out today. It might be Milind Kumar, Ramiz Raja.
I would think Ramiz Raja and Harmeet Singh.
Yeah, and the other thing that's crucial in the context of the super over is Kingsmen batted second. They were chasing, so they got to go bat first in the super over, and it's going to be the Hurricanes who would chase in the super over. A used ball would be brought out. Umpire Brian Kane has decided the bowling end is going to be from the Forest end, and we're going to get you a confirmation very soon as to who are the bowlers who are coming out. It has to be Matthew Tromp to bowl that super over. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get the ball, but then you've got the likes of Corny Dry, senior bowlers. I don't see them bowling a spinner, Brian, so it's got to be between Corny Dry and Matthew Tromp, you think?
If it is the choice between Matthew Trump and Corny Dry, and I think I agree with you, it's a little risky to bowl a spinner here. If it is, or, wait, let me interrupt myself. What if you bowl Karthik Gatapali?
Karthik, his stats today, he went for 46 of his 4. It would be a risky call.
Couple of drops here or there. In fact, one of those 6, the drop that was on the boundary would have went for 6. I will say this. If Harmeet Singh is one of the 2, then you're not going to bowl Karthik Gatapali. So having said that, I think I'm talking myself into agreeing with you that I would bowl Matthew Trump. But by goodness, you put this young man under pressure for 2 consecutive overs. Oh.
Yeah, and the Hurricanes bowled 20 overs in this innings, and the only strategy that worked was that final over. The other 19 overs were all Kingsmen. So the plan was to have your long off, long on, very straight, bowl full and straight, look to hit the base of the stumps, and it's a good old tactic. Nothing experimental, and that stuff works most of the time. You can afford to concede maybe a boundary or 2, but if you can nail 3 to 4 out of those 6 Yorkers, you might be chasing 8 to 10 runs, which they would take any day of the week. Only time will tell what's coming our way.
So umpire Brian Kane is waving to the fielders. He needs them on the field. So momentarily we will find out who will be opening or who will be batting during the power play. During the super over. Now, for you who are either new to cricket or are not familiar with the super over, essentially both teams get to bat for 1 over. 1 over is bowled by 1 bowler, of course. There are 3 batters who can bat during the super over. If nobody gets out, then the 2 who come out bat for 6 deliveries, and whatever they score will be the target. If somebody gets out during the super over, then the 3rd batter gets to come in. If 2 people are out during the super over, then wherever that 2nd wicket falls is the end of that over. So you might have a situation where Team A bats during the super over. Let's say they score 14 runs. Then that would mean that when the super over ends, the other team coming in has 6 deliveries, and their target to win would be 15. So looking towards the pavilion, I think I see Ramiz Raja and Harmeet Singh. If my 56-year-old eyes don't deceive me, I think those are the 2 who I see coming out of the pavilion. This is certainly Ramiz Raja, who's closer to us. What do you think?
Still can't tell, but yeah, I might agree with you, Brian. Harmeet Singh for sure is one of the 2 batters.
Yep, that's certainly Ramiz Raja. Oh my goodness.
I think it's Saad Ali and...
Is it Saad Ali?
Saad Ali and Ramiz Raja. That's not Harmeet Singh.
You know what? You're exactly right. So the 2 who opened the batting are now batting during the super over. Oh my goodness. And who is bowling? And it is Matthew Trump with the ball in hand. Absolutely amazing stuff here. 6 deliveries. Matthew Trump bowled 6 of the best deliveries that he's ever bowled in his life. But he'll need to do that again. This is good stuff. This is absolutely good stuff. Houston Premier League has managed in some way in the 9th edition to outdo itself, Munir. How do you keep doing it?
In my hopes of getting home early, calling a day early and putting my feet up, sitting on the couch, feet
that's
on
not
the
gonna
coffee
happen.
table, watching the TV, maybe watching a rerun of one of these broadcasts is not happening 2 nights in a row. The Kingsmen, how do you keep finding yourself in these super overs? I would agree with this choice. Ramiz Raja scored a lot of runs, and just throwing a left-hander into the mix. It could be Hermeet, who might be the third batter. It could be Millen. But the first ball is coming up. Here we go. Matthew Tromp to Saad Ali. And another foolish delivery gets the inside edge, and the call from Owen Brown is out. What fancy footwork from Matthew Tromp. Ramiz Raja is gone.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Looking for the big swipe over cow corner, gets the thick inside edge, and they try to steal a cheeky run. Look at Matthew Tromp here, again with a great delivery, pitching right on the popping crease, and the ball trickles, and look at Matthew Tromp, a little football skill. Oh, and Ramiz Raja is run out without facing a ball. Oh, what a brilliant piece of cricket, or let's say a brilliant piece of cricket and football by Matthew Tromp. Results in the run out of the man who scored about 65 runs when he batted earlier. And this is now, in fact, that is not Harmeet Singh walking out. Who is that? That is Hassan Khan. So, one delivery bowled already in the super over. No runs on the board. 1 wicket down. So this super over ends either after the next 5 deliveries or when the next person is out.
Yeah, in the context of the English Premier League, an open goal post, an easy tap-in for Matthew Tromp. Perfectly set up, and he scores a big goal. Takes out Ramiz Raja. So the new batsmen, they have to ensure that they deliver the goods but also don't lose a wicket.
You cannot lose a wicket. If you lose a wicket, that is the end of the super over. And if you lose a wicket here, then you just need 1 run for the Houston Hurricanes to win. Here's Matthew Tromp again.
Hassan Khan facing up. Matthew Tromp, wideish Yorker outside the off stump, and they've placed those fielders perfectly. A wideish third man comes and keeps it down to a single. Karthik Gattapalli there, who's going to come inside the circle now, it seems.
Beautiful piece of fielding. Karthik Gattapalli with the clean pickup and the bullet throw to the keeper's end. Just a single. So last 4 balls remaining. Just 1 run on the board inside the super over. And so now, oh my goodness, you have seen here a brilliant piece of bowling continue by Matthew Tromp. Left-hander back on strike.
And sliced off the outside edge, and this is going to run away for a 4. Much welcome boundary. Third man was back on the boundary. Point was inside the circle. And a thickish outside edge just evades that fielder at third man. He came across but couldn't cut it off. So lucky boundary there.
Definitely a lucky boundary. Matthew Tromp getting the line or the length right is actually a low full toss, but got it too wide. And Saad Ali slashing away that one. That was Ansh Boje at backward point, but not able to get anywhere near it. So a welcome boundary. Absolutely needed that if you are the Kingsmen, but the job is not done yet. Super over, you still only have 5 runs on the board. Most super overs end up somewhere in the range of 12 to 18 runs. And so a lot of runs to make up here. And again, remember, 1 wicket has already been lost. So if one of these 2 batters gets out, then that is the end of the super over. Job not done yet. Here's Matthew Tromp again.
That's the right idea, trying to bowl those wide Yorkers. This time goes for the base of the stumps, and Usman is going to come across and keep it down to just 1 run. He's bowled 4 very good deliveries, was unlucky to concede a boundary.
Correction, he's bowled 10 very good deliveries because he just bowled the last over, the 20th. That resulted in this game being a super over. And now can he continue? Can you see 12 good balls from this young all-rounder?
Hassan Khan facing up. 2 more balls to come in the super over. He steps down and glides it to backward point. Aaron Jones, you don't want to run a second to him. He was lightning quick. And that's just another single. So the score moves along to 7. If they can close this over without conceding a boundary, the Hurricanes would be the happier of the two sides.
They're absolutely the happier of the two sides right now. You would get the sense that even if they score a boundary here, they would fancy themselves chasing 12 in the last over. But job not done yet. He was a little wide with that Yorker a couple of deliveries ago to Saad Ali. He's needing to get this one on and off stump line.
Final delivery of the super over, and this is a full toss straight up in the air. Usman Rafiq has to take the catch, and he does. So the over ends at just 7 runs. The Kingsmen, how do you find yourself in this situation, given where you were at 18 overs into that innings, into your chase? Now they have to defend a target of 8. Ziaul Haq to bowl the super over, Brian?
What a great question. I don't know who bowls the super over. Ziaul Haq would not be a bad choice. By the way, let's look at this replay as you see the fielders walking off. That was good umpiring because when it passed him, it was above waist height, but Saad Ali had actually stooped down in order to play that shot. So the decision by the umpire is, had he been in his normal standing position, that would not have gotten to him at waist height. Excellent umpiring, it has to be said. And back to your question about who bowls the super over. Ziaul Haq. I would have to think Ziaul Haq would be under consideration. The other person who I might roll of the dice consider, do you ever even think?
Harmeet Singh?
Do you bowl Harmeet Singh? It's tricky to think about a spinner. Hamad Azam, he was very expensive today. Huzaifa Ahmed, possibly. Boy, I would have to think Ziaul Haq.
I would agree with you, Brian, unless they're thinking of throwing a surprise. But looking at that replay several times, I don't think there was even a shadow of a doubt of that being a legal delivery.
Yep.
First things first, when you saw the point of contact, Saad Ali's rear foot was almost parallel to the ground.
Exactly.
And you kind of, when you're trying that golf swing, your body tends to take that shape. You're trying to throw your weight into the ball. So a full toss, if he stood tall and just tried to middle the ball, he might have found better results. But that's what pressure does out of even the best of players. Tried to hit it too hard, and when he's going to look back at it, he would think that if he just went inside out and hit it from the middle of the bat, that might have gone for a 4 or a 6.
Zia. So we got the answer to our question. Ziaul Haq will be bowling the last over. And I will tell you that does this game come down to a second super over? Do we have that in us? Hearing from the side, you might have just heard the voice, yeah, we want to win. That is Rupesh Boje, who is the father of Ansh Boje. And I'll tell you what, the bowling, of course, is still coming from the northern end of the ground, the forest end. And look to see who is coming out to bat. Who are your batters for the Hurricanes?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's the twins. It could be Mukhtar. It could be Aaron Jones. It could be Lahiru. They've got so many options. There are 5 genuine power hitters in that lineup. And I would definitely put Joshua Tromp's name on there amongst the 3.
Joshua and Milanta to open.
Pretty close. They could also think of sending Mukhtar in there.
Ooh.
It's a difficult decision. You don't want to be Usman Rafiq right now if you're the skipper.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, no, I'm so eager to see who this is. Who is padding up? Once again, my eyes are a little worn to be able to tell from this far away. But, you know, I'm actually now thinking, you mentioned Aaron Jones, and I wasn't thinking about him at first, but that thought is now growing on me.
It's only 8 runs to win. Why not send Karthik Gattapalli and Akhilesh Bodugam?
Okay, Karthik, Akhilesh, when you listen to this later, I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you. Because I'm sure you would have been laughing when you heard that also. Oh my goodness.
And meanwhile, Brian, while we are waiting, I'll also try to bring you updates from the second semifinal because it's loud where
Yes.
we are sitting. The other game also, it sounds like it's on the wire. The Power Stars need 2 runs of 1 ball
Two
to
runs
confirm a berth in the final. Exact same situation as this semifinal. I wonder if we're going to see a second super over in that
There's
game.
no way we have 2 super overs going on at once.
The twists and turns, the situations the Houston Premier League throws at us. So last ball, we are looking at it behind us. We're not looking at the Hurricanes and Kingsmen game. We are looking at PV6, where the last ball is coming up. 2 runs is required. And it looks like a catch is taken, and the Power Stars lose by 1 run. The Raiders are into the final. Raiders Unlimited have entered the final, the very last delivery. They needed 2 runs, did the Power Stars, and the batsman tried to go downtown, got a big edge, and it went straight to the 30-yard fielder at third man, and the catch was completed.
Back to this game, Munir, who is the first man who I see warming up. It is Mukhtar Ahmed.
So Mukhtar Ahmed is likely going to be joined by... I'm trying to look at their dugout to see if I can see somebody padded up. We'll try to get you that footage from that dugout. You can see Mukhtar.
Lahiru.
Mukhtar is practicing his swing, and it indeed is Lahiru, Brian. You called it. Wow. Lahiru was one of your guesses, so it's going to be Lahiru, Milanta, and Mukhtar Ahmed to come out and chase down 8 runs and confirm a final booking with the Raiders Unlimited.
Absolutely insane. So, the lefty and the righty, the opener and the number 3 batter. Mukhtar Ahmed, who definitely looked aggressive when he was there, but 12 from 11 is what he had. Looked aggressive, but got out early. Lahiru Milanta, 61 runs against his name from 35 balls with 6 fours and 2 sixes. So Ziaul Haq is measuring his run up, and it looks like the first strike is going to be taken by the right-handed Mukhtar Ahmed.
This is so not good for my health. 2 super overs in 2 days. The second semifinal going to the last ball. And it's happening all around us. You look in the front, there's a super over being played. You look right behind us, there's a last ball requiring 2 runs. Goodness, what a Houston Premier League we are having in 2024.
Ziaul Haq, left arm over the wickets. Bowling to Mukhtar Ahmed.
First ball coming up. He's also bowling from the same end, the forest end from which Matthew Trom bowled. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Here it comes, and that's nicely played. They are looking to come back for a second, but the fielder was pretty quick out of the blocks. Hassan Khan there, one of the better fielders in the side. Keeps it down to just 1, so 7 of 5 now with Lahiru on strike.
Don't need to take any chances here. That's good batting and good awareness, too, by this pair, because they know that there's no reason to have to take any chances. So 7 from 5 under most circumstances is a pretty easy ask. And Lahiru Milanta, who stroked it very well when he was there. Again, 61 from 35 earlier on with 6 fours and 2 sixes. So you know that he has the capability of scoring heavily, but he doesn't necessarily need to score heavily here. If he gets a bad ball, you know that he'll want to put it to bed, but 2s and 3s from here really would be good enough.
And a dot ball, there's a loud appeal, but there's nothing to it, only to create pressure. Ziaul Haq even initially wasn't even looking to appeal, but joined in unison when the others started to. Now 5 deliveries, 7. Lahiru was looking to dispatch this wide of long on. Misses out as we look at this replay.
Yeah, nowhere near. I don't think. I didn't hear any noise. Oh, of course, we're 85 yards away, so it's a little bit difficult to hear anything, but I think I agree with you that Ziaul Haq only joined in on the appeal after everyone else started yelling. Brian Kane, a good piece of umpiring to not be intimidated by the pressure being applied by the Kingsmen.
Third ball coming up, 7 required of 4, and an inside edge, and he misses out an underarm throw, and Lahiru could have been dismissed there. Pressure is building now.
Okay, so now we have trouble. They could have done it in 1s and 2s earlier on, but a couple of dot balls means that you're now into the last 3 deliveries and you still need 6 runs. We see on the replay, good thick inside edge. Had him out for all money there if Arjun Mahesh had hit. Lahiru Malanto lucky to get back inside the crease. But again, it has now been only 1 run scored, and they need another 6 from the next 3. So things are getting more and more difficult. A couple of good balls. Has to be said, Ziaul Haq bowling a really intelligent last over here.
These are nerves. That's what it is from Lahiru. Here he comes again, Zia, and this one is dispatched. Harmeet Singh is running in, but he is not able to cut it off. A full toss that Lahiru meets from the sweet spot of his bat and dispatches it to that gap. The vacant boundary at deep mid-wicket. 4 runs now. The equation is 3 required of 2 deliveries.
Tries a slow, loopy full toss, Ziaul Haq. What he was doing so far was working, but this one I think just leaves it a little bit too full. Harmeet Singh there at the top of your screen, not able to get around in time. So, 4 runs needed, 4 runs needed in the next 2 balls.
Ziaul Haq, the penultimate delivery of this game.
Ooh.
And
oh, what if we had a man cat to take wicket number 1? I don't know that I've ever seen that happen in a super over.
he literally had his hands up in the air and asked Mukhtar, where were you going? It's pressure. That's what this is. Pressure. That's what it does to people.
Mukhtar Ahmed reacting like the kid who got his arm caught in a cookie jar.
And Lahiru steps down, and that's a big wicket now. 3 would be required of the final delivery. Lahiru Melanta. It remains to be seen who the next batsman is going to be, but he was giving Ziaul Haq the charge, and Zia is very smart. Outfoxes him full and straight, and wasn't as full. He almost comes a couple of paces down the wicket, and in the process lost his balance completely in no man's land and misses out. This has been a great over, Brian. 1 ball, 3 to win.
Gave him the charge when, very frankly, he stands in his crease still and knocks that through extra cover. He has runs for days. And it is now going to be up to Aaron Jones to face the last ball. The last ball needing 3 runs for victory to send the Hurricanes into the finals. And Ziaul Haq is on strike. Ziaul Haq with ball in hand. Very experienced, accurate bowler, brilliant bowler. What happens with this last delivery?
I'll tell you one thing. He's not running 3 runs. It's just not going to happen on this field. So if he has to win this game for the Hurricanes, he has to hit a boundary. If they get a single, they lose. If they get 2, we go into a second super over.
There's no way.
It's as simple as that. Aaron Jones needs to hit a boundary to take the Hurricanes into the finals of the Houston Premier League 2024.
Wow.
Nothing less would do.
Aaron Jones, you saw, you saw how inventive he can be. You saw a couple of reverse sweeps for 6 and 4, respectively. Not called for a reverse sweep here. Here's the old hack.
And this one is skied. And Aaron Jones is dismissed. He got a full toss on his pads, was looking to deflect it, but got a leading edge. The ball skies up in the air. The fielder at fine leg comes running in and takes a comfortable catch. This match has had more twists and turns than my curls, Brian Walters.
What an absolutely enthralling game. He got a ball that he could hit. It has to be said. That ball, 9 times out of 10, he puts that away through backward square for 4. This time he only succeeds in top edging it. It was a full toss, just short of waist-high full toss, and he only was able to get it off of the top edge in a pretty loopy, but in the end, simple catch taken by the fielder at fine leg. So the most scintillating of matches ends with the Kingsmen finding somehow the life to get into the finals by that thin of a margin as you just saw. And if you look in the background, Munir, traffic is now starting to move again on 290 because the match is now finished. Here we see the match summary. In fact, the replay again. Full toss. And yes, 9 times out of 10, Aaron Jones puts that one away, but this time only succeeding in lofting a pretty simple catch down the throat of the fielder's short third, or short fine leg rather.
Yeah, and it wasn't just that delivery. They had at least a couple good chances, which they were probably trying to go too hard, and that's what nerves and pressure can do to even the best of players. Even Lahiru Melantha, if I recall, during that over, was trying to play the big shots only when you need 8 runs. They could have knocked it around, just got singles and twos and looked for the odd boundary and you would be home. But they came all guns blazing as if they were chasing 20 runs in the super over. In hindsight, I think when they're going to reflect, they would realize some mistakes they made, but they've been a very good outfit, have the Hurricanes. They've played a good brand of cricket. We discussed that they might have wanted to send Joshua Trump in that super over, but it's a problem of too many. They've got such a packed batting lineup. Each of them deserves and is more than capable to come and play out a super over and take their side home. Let's just say it wasn't their day. That's how we can wrap up. You see the Kingsmen team, they started their campaign with a defeat. Surprisingly, they lost to the Raiders in the very first game of the tournament. They're going to meet them in the big championship final tomorrow. And after that first loss, they have turned around things. Even in that second game yesterday against the Stars, it seemed like they would crash out of the tournament. Halfway through, it seemed like they were chasing a big total and they wouldn't get home. They somehow turned it around, got into the super over, won the super over. Then they came here in this big game, the semifinal. Obviously won the game in the morning to book a berth in the semifinal, won this game, and now they find themselves meeting the Raiders again with some business to settle in the big championship final tomorrow.
Absolutely fascinating game, Munir. I will tell you that I will miss being right here with you tomorrow. Unfortunately, the realities of life have me going back home, but more to the point, it is going to be a thrilling final. If you are anywhere within the sound of my voice and can get down to Prairie View, Texas tomorrow morning, I highly recommend coming by to check out this final in person. What an absolutely stunning finish to semifinals day here at the Houston Premier Cricket League. Houston Premier League. My apologies, I threw an extra word in there.
I'll tell you what, I understand the reality of life. What we saw here, real as it can get on the cricketing field. All of you listeners who have enjoyed, who have tuned in and watched and liked the action, you know who Brian Walters is. You probably have his phone number or have him on Facebook. Try pinging this man to cancel his trip back to Austin and stay with us for the big championship final. We cannot have a Houston Premier League Championship final without the voice of Brian Walters calling it. So I'll leave it to you guys to do the convincing. I've tried enough on my hand. Anything to say to that, Brian?
My only thought would be that Brian Walters being in Austin tomorrow is because it is prom day for my son. I cannot miss prom day for my son, so unfortunately, oh, not unfortunately. I'm happy to be there for him, put it that way.
And there's so many cricketers in Houston, so many young U21s, and so many pros who also call Brian Walters the father of Houston cricket. And they're also looking for your presence in the big prom day tomorrow on the field. But jokes aside, I totally understand, Brian, family commitments come first. And all these men have put on quite a display. Heartbreak for the Power Stars Gladiators and the Houston Hurricanes, who played a mighty fine brand of cricket. Got us here into this big championship semifinals, and now finally we've got the lineup ready for tomorrow. It's going to be, as things stand, Kingsmen 1 versus Raiders Unlimited in the championship final tomorrow. I do not know if it's a good time to get any interviews, but for now I think we're going to wrap up and let you all off the hook. It's been quite a hook with this scintillating cricket over the last 2 days. We're going to be back tomorrow for one last dance with the big final. This is Munir Majid and Brian Walters signing out from the semifinals. Have a good rest of your evening.